So come on, let's make this blue moon shine all day. Let's make this world do everything you say. It's so easy and so wonderful to feel this way, to feel this way.
Posso la musica?
Driving on the highway, far away, far away, far away. Every moment I was spending on regrets was such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart, of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I'm in the groove. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall and perish it behind me. Feeling like a stranger on a foreign land. Far away, far away, far away. I could get along, could be a different man. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart, of everything that holds me you need me, I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can let go, not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Try to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong
Jeg vil gerne byde velkommen til den første debat her i dag på menneskerettighedsprogrammet. Jeg hedder Bo, jeg er frivillig her. Jeg skal sådan set bare sørge for at løbe rundt med mikrofonen, hvis der er behov for det. Jeg håber, vi får en god debat. Panelet her fra Sabah vil selv præsentere sig selv, og emnet er LGBT plus personer og deres forældre.
Ja, tak for invitationen til at starte op. Det er vi bad over, at vi får lov til at få den første debat den her uge her. Og vi ser frem til at have en samtale her. Jeg har 2 meget stærke og modige og empatiske kvinder med, 2 forældre, som jeg præsenterer om lidt. Jeg selv hedder Amma Sarnyako, og jeg er generalsekretær i foreningen Sabah. Og til de af jer, der ikke kender, så er vi en forening, som arbejder med LGBT plus personer med minoritetsetnisk baggrund. Og vi har eksisteret siden 2006, så har 17 år på bagen nu, og har en del erfaring med at arbejde med den her målgruppe, og er også derfor eksperter på området, og håber, at vi i dag kan have en samtale omkring en af de målgrupper, som jeg synes er desværre ikke så repræsenteret, når vi taler om LGBT plus området, som er forældrene. For en af de målgrupper, som jeg mener er en af de vigtigste, og som undersøgelser også viser, er en af de vigtigste, fordi at forældre af gode grunde har stor betydning for, hvordan LGBT plus personers mentale trivsel er. Det viste en undersøgelse, blandt andet, som vi fik lavet sidste år. Vi lavede den i forbindelse med opstart af et nyt krisecenter, som vi er partner på, som er Red Plus. Og det er en undersøgelse, hvor vi undersøger, hvordan vores målgruppe har det, altså hvordan deres støttebehov er, hvordan deres levevilkår er. Og den her undersøgelse viste altså, at kontakten til forældrene, og særligt mangel på samme, har stor betydning for den enkeltes trivsel. Det er sådan, at den her undersøgelse peger på, at der er for det første en tredjedel af vores målgruppe, der inden for det seneste år har overvejet selvmord. Og der er selvfølgelig mange årsager til, hvorfor vores målgruppe desværre trives i sådan en grad, at en tredjedel har overvejet selvmord inden for det seneste år. Men en af de faktorer, som vi ved har rigtig stor betydning for den mentale trivsel, det er støtte og opbakning fra familiens side og øvre omgangskreds. Der er desværre en stor andel, som ikke oplever at kunne være åben omkring deres seksualitet og kønsidentitet. Og af den grund har jeg jo spurgt jer, om I kunne have lyst til at deltage i dag til en samtale for at høre lidt omkring jeres erfaring med at være forældre til en LGBT plus barn. Og jeg vil starte med at præsentere dig, Møskan. Du har været en del af vores forældrenetværk, siden det startede op. Og det startede vi op i 2019. Og vi har faktisk valgt at udvide det. Vi kalder det stadig forældrenetværk, men vi har faktisk valgt at udvide det til, at det også er et pårørende netværk nu. Fordi vi også ved, at det at få støtte fra ens søskende og fra anden familiemedlem kan have lige så stor værdi. Og nogle gange er det dem, som ligesom kan træde til at være støttefunktioner, også skal fungere som brobygger til at skabe en god relation til øvrige familiemedlemmer. Så vi håber på, at projektet fra næste år vokser endnu mere. Og vores vision er i hvert fald at søge nogle midler til at kunne udvide til en bredere målgruppe. Men Møskan, du har været med fra start og har en datter, som er lesbisk, og som også har været og stadig er en stor del af Sabah. Og det her projekt, det startede vi jo op i sin tid, fordi at vi oplevede, at som sagt en stor andel af vores målgruppepersoner ikke havde kontakt til deres familie. Ofte når at de ringede ind til rådgivning, jamen, så omhandlede det desværre udfordringer med familie. Selvfølgelig er der også andre problematikker, som rørte sig, men en stor del oplevede et savn og en ensomhed forbundet med ikke at have måske mulighed for at være åben omkring deres kønsidentitet eller seksualitet, eller rent faktisk opleve at blive udsat for vold eller for trusler i relation til deres kønsidentitet eller seksualitet. Og så havde vi nogle samtaler i den daværende projektgruppe, der var omkring det her, og valgte at starte projektet op, fordi at vi jo har et håb om, at vi gennem forældrenetværket, pårørendenetværket, kan vise vej for andre forældre. I er jo virkelig nogle stærke rollemodeller, og det er jeg sikker på, at I også får at se i dag. Og det har en betydning, ved vi. Det har en betydning som ung at kunne se, at der er forældre som Møskan, som har været på en rejse og tør at stille sig frem og tale åbent og ærligt omkring de oplevelser, som du har haft, de oplevelser, I har haft, hver især, som jo ikke altid er 100% sammenlignelige, men det der med at kunne alligevel se, at der kan være en progression i forhold til relationen til ens familie. Og kunne se, at der er et håb for, at man kan få en god relation. For det er jo det, du har den dag i dag med Hjalda. Så har jeg Louise med fra Foreningen til Støtte for Transkønnede Børn, FSTB. Og du er bestyrelsesmedlem, og FSTB startede op i 2015. Du har været med siden 2017 og været engageret på forskellige vis. Og ligesom i Sabar og i forældrenetværket, som vi har, så har I jo også rådgivning, og I har sociale tilbud og arbejder også peer-to-peer-baseret, som vi gør i Sabar. Det vil sige, at det er i vores indsatser ret vigtigt for os, at når man får rådgivning, når man møder nogen i vores sociale tilbud og har samtaler, at det er nogen, som er berørt på egen krop. Det vil sige, at de personer, som står er i de positioner, at de har erfaret og har lignende erfaringer, ligesom så brugeren kan spejle sig i deres fortælling. Vi tror på, at det i sig selv er en styrke, og det er også det, vi oplever, at målgruppen giver tilbage med. Det ved jeg også, du kan sige noget mere om i forhold til det arbejde, som I laver i FSTB. Ja. Så vil I ikke starte med at lige sådan kort fortælle, hvem I er, og ja, nu har jeg jo startet lidt ud, men supplér mig. Vil du starte ud, Møskan?
Skal jeg bruge det her?
Ja.
Okay.
Der er hul igennem.
Den er tændt, ikke?
Jo.
Ja. Jeg hedder Mojgan Gerayli. Jeg er født og opvokset i Iran. Jeg kom hertil i 86, fordi min eksmand flugtede fra krigen mellem Iran og Irak. Jeg har en softwareingeniør- og lederbaggrund, og så gik jeg ned med stress i 2015. Og så startede jeg med at hjælpe de nyankomne med at finde vejen til et godt og værdigt arbejde her i Danmark. Og det har jeg gjort siden 2015. Så diversitet har fulgt hele mit liv i forhold til, hvad jeg selv har som indvandrer oplevet i Danmark, og så plus vise vejen til andre indvandrere. Og min rejse som mor til en LGBT startede faktisk, da min datter var 16 år gammel, hvor hun kom frem og fortalte, at hun var lesbisk, og jeg tog ikke godt imod det. Og jeg sidder her, og det går virkelig voldsomt ondt på mig at se, at der er ikke en eneste forældre, som er i målgruppen, sidder her og lytter med. Og heller unge, der er kun få unge, der sidder her. Det er ligesom, jeg tror, det er også fordi, det er et voldsomt emne for dem, jeg har holdt foredrag med, at de tager det som en form for tabu. At hvis de møder op her, så er de gået imod deres egne normer, eller noget i den retning. Men I vil nok høre mere om det senere. Ja.
Tak.
Ja, jamen som sagt, så hedder jeg Louise, og i forhold til min historie, jamen jeg kommer fra Nordjylland, så det er ikke helt så langt væk, men meget hurtigt, da jeg blev sådan lidt ældre og skulle studere, så havde jeg lyst til at bo et andet sted. Et sted, hvor man måske var lidt ligeglad med, hvem det var, man var. Og det ikke var sådan noget stort, at man lige havde lyst til at have blå mascara på, eller sådan noget i den stil. Så jeg flyttede til København, mødte min fantastiske mand, og så fik jeg mine 2 fantastiske børn. Hvor jeg så i 2017 fandt ud af, at den ene af mine børn, som vi havde troet var en dreng, det var faktisk en dejlig lille pige. Og det er så derfor, at jeg sidder her. Man kan sige, før 2017, inden for området, i hvert fald for de transkønnede, der var det sådan noget, jeg havde læst om, og så havde jeg tænkt, det må godt nok være svært for sådan nogle forældre. Det er da godt, det ikke er mig. Og nu sidder jeg her og ser det som en gave. Hvor er det heldigt, at det blev mig. Fordi hvor har jeg lært utrolig meget i forhold til diversitet i forhold til, hvordan vi er som menneske, og hvordan vi behandler og er med hinanden. Ja, det tror jeg vil sige for nu.
Tak. Og noget, jeg ikke fik nævnt før, som begge af vores foreninger laver, det er jo også lobbyarbejde. Og jeg synes lige, vi skal fremhæve det store stykke arbejde, som I jo har været med til, FSTB, i forbindelse med, at der nu, det ser i hvert fald sådan ud, sker en lovændring i forhold til juridisk kønsskifte for mindreårige. Og det er jo virkelig fantastisk, som vi lige talte om tidligere, så er det jo også fantastisk at kunne starte op på Copenhagen Pride nu med sådan en god nyhed. Og så er vi selvfølgelig stadig lige at vente og se sådan det helt konkret udformet, men i hvert fald er det et ret flot stykke arbejde, I har lavet, et flot første skridt i hvert fald nu, til vejen mod nogle bedre rettigheder for de målgrupper, vi arbejder for. Så lobbyarbejde laver I også en masse af. Og udover det, så ved jeg jo, I yder rådgivning, og jeg tænker også i sin tid, da du søgte for en, altså hvad var det, der motiverede dig til ligesom at møde op i de her lokaler første gang hos FSTB?
Jamen altså, først, da vi sad i børnehaven, og der var nogle snarrådige og fantastiske pædagoger, der sagde, tillykke, I har fået en pige. Hvad? Det man gør, det er så, jeg bliver nødt til at have mere viden. Jeg bliver nødt til at finde ud af, hvad skal jeg gøre? Hvad gør vi bedst? Hvordan vil det hele være? Der kontaktede vi så faktisk LGBT plus Danmark, og de henvendte os så til FSTB og sagde, jeg tror, at I skal gå herhen. Ja. Og det første netværksmøde, det var det første netværksmøde faktisk i FSTB, vi var til i Odense. Det var utrolig givrigt. Altså at sidde, det var ikke fordi vi var sådan vildt mange, det var mere fordi lige pludselig så sad der nogle andre forældre, men det som også gav mig noget ro og tryghed, fordi hold da op, hvor har jeg været bekymret og alt muligt. Det var, at der var 2 unge piger, transkønnede piger på, jeg tror de var 12-13, og kiggede på dem, og så tænkte jeg, okay, det skal nok gå. Det skal nok gå, det her. Det bliver godt. Så det der med, at både at kunne sidde med andre forældre, der havde alle mulige spørgsmål og tanker og hele paletten, men også selv at kunne se både små og store børn, unge, og høre og lære af dem. Ja.
Det gav et håb og gav dig noget ro.
Ja,
og kunne
det vil jeg sige.
bedste.
Ja.
Ja. Og jeg ved, at du har haft nogle af de lignende erfaringer, efter at have kommet i Sabar og have været en del af forældregruppen. Vil du ikke sætte nogle ord på det, hvad det har betydet for dig, at være en del af vores forældrenetværk og møde de andre?
Jeg ville ønske, at dengang Hjalte sprang ud, at der var sådan et netværk, hvor jeg kunne henvende mig og blive klogere over, at det er okay. Fordi jeg ville bare rette op på hende. Jeg troede, det var min fejl. Jeg troede, det var på grund af, at jeg var blevet skilt. Jeg troede, jeg havde svigtet hende. Jeg troede, at det var, fordi hun ikke havde en rollemodel. Det var derfor, hun valgte at blive lesbisk. Så der var alle de der spørgsmål, der var alle de der bebrejdelser. Og det tog rigtig, rigtig, rigtig langt år. Jeg tror 8 år, det gik for mig, før jeg accepterede det. Og for mig, at være en del af et forældrenetværk, det tager jeg som en gave, at jeg kan, hvis der er nogle unge, jeg kan huske, at jeg var til den her folkemøde, og der var så mange unge, der kom og bare krammede mig, og de havde så meget brug for den kram, fordi det savnede de hos deres forældre. Det fik de ikke, fordi det var kun afvisning. Det fik. Og jeg sagde også til dem, I er mere end velkommen til at give mit nummer til jeres forældre. Jeg vil med glæde fortælle om min erfaring. Så, ja.
Ja, det var meget rørende der på folkemødet sidst. På folkemødet i år, der havde vi en debat eller en samtale med flere forældre fra vores forældrenetværk, og Helge var med, din mand. Og jeg tror nærmest ikke, der var nogen, der ikke græd. Det var meget rørende, og noget af det, der netop også rørte mig rigtig meget, var også at se folk fra vores organisation, hvor berørt de blev, fordi det netop også naturligvis sætter en masse følelser i gang, når man hører jer tale om det her emne, og ikke mindst også kan i gang sætte en savn, men også give et håb. Og der synes jeg, det er jo fantastisk, at I står til rådighed, og jeg ved jo også, at du har mødtes med flere og er meget åben for at tale med folk, så det er virkelig værdsat. Og også en opfordring til, at hvis I kender nogen, at de benytter vores forældrenetværk, og hvis I kender nogen, du kan have interesse i at blive en del af forældrenetværket, også som sagt søskende, så endelig tage fat i os, fordi det er virkelig, der er et behov for, at vi kan få skabt de her møder her. Ja. Okay. Louise, i forhold til den proces, som du har gået igennem, og der, hvor du er nu, er der noget, du godt kunne tænke dig, at du ligesom Møsken siger det der med, at hun ville ønske, der havde været den forening, og det tog hende, eller det forældrenetværk, da Hjalta sprang ud, og hun stod og ikke rigtig kunne ligesom tage imod den, som Hjalta gav udtryk for, hun er. Er der noget, du sådan, den dag i dag ved, som du tænker, det kunne have været fedt, jeg vidste det, da jeg første gang blev bekendt med,
Noget, som jeg gerne ville have vidst på det tidspunkt, det var, at der opstod en sorg i mig. Min datter var jo ikke særlig gammel, da vi fandt ud af, at hun var hende. Så på den måde var det jo ikke så mange år i forhold til, når jeg har snakket med andre forældre, hvor det måske er teenagealderen, at de finder ud af det. Men stadigvæk, så oplevede jeg denne her sorg, og jeg blev enormt... jeg synes, det var flovt. Jeg synes, det var flovt, fordi jeg var jo glad for, at min datter var min datter, men jeg havde stadigvæk noget i mig selv, der sådan... og det at tale med andre omkring det, har jeg jo så lært senere, at det er der også andre, der har. Og det er jo ikke fordi, at at man tænker øvbøv eller noget som helst. Der er bare et eller andet, der dukker op i en. Og det der med at kunne tale med andre, og bestemt ikke overhovedet tale med sit barn om den sorg, fordi så det der med, at der er nogle følelser, der er nogle ting, der man sådan bliver lidt flov over, og det der med at kunne tale med andre, altså peer-to-peer, andre forældre, og så sige, nå okay, du har det også sådan, nå okay, og nej, men okay, så er det okay, jeg er jo bare et menneske i forhold til det.
Jeg tænker, det er ret essentielt, det du siger. Jeg tænker også i forhold til, at der bliver lavet mange undersøgelser. Nu ved jeg, mig bekendt er der ikke lavet nogen undersøgelser i forhold til, hvordan forældre trives. Altså, jeg tænker, det er jo ret essentielt, at vi får fokus på, at der står også nogen ved siden af, som jo også er berørt. Og jeg ved også, at det har været også et stort tema hos dig, Møsken, det her med, jamen, du har også følt en sorg i forhold til, at du har været bange for, jamen, kommer Hjalta til at få et godt liv? Altså, hvad er det egentlig, hvad er det, fordi du er kommet hertil, og vil du sætte lidt flere ord på, for jeg ved, du sådan rent faktisk også har gået med de der tanker omkring, jamen, det er jo også måske en frygt for, hvad er det for et liv, hun kommer til at få, fordi hun er lesbisk, ikke?
Ja, selvfølgelig. Jeg i starten, som sagt, jeg påtog jo ansvar, at jeg har gjort noget forkert, at hun er lesbisk, og så samtidig, jeg vidste godt, at det ikke var nemt at være udlænding i Danmark, og så selvom hun er født og opvokset i Danmark, hun bliver ret ofte spurgt om, hvor hun kom fra. Og så tænker jeg, så får hun flere udfordringer. Først er, at folk kigger på hende som udlænding, og så det med, at lesbisk, det må ikke være nemt at være lesbisk i Danmark. Og historien, det er, fordi jeg har haft en bror, der var homoseksuel. Den kom jo aldrig frem i familien, fordi han blev ikke accepteret. Han skammede sig helt indtil den dag, han døde som 48-årig. Han blev ikke accepteret af familien, han kom aldrig frem, det var kun mig, der vidste, der var få, der vidste, men det var den der skam. Så jeg havde ham i tankerne, og den frygt, at hvordan mit barn ville have det, hvis hun... Og jeg skal også nævne, at da Hjaldas kom frem, hun havde også, jeg vidste faktisk ikke engang, om hun ville være en dreng eller være lesbisk, fordi hun klippede sit hår totalt kort, og der er nogle billeder, hvor hun lignede fuldstændig som en dreng. Så for mig var der også den der identitet i forhold, jeg har jo født en datter, vil hun være en dreng, eller vil hun være en lesbisk? Og det kunne jeg ikke sådan rigtig snakke med nogen. Jeg havde ingen at snakke med, så jeg gik selv med tankerne hele tiden. Faren, han var meget støttende, han var meget forstående. Det var mig, der havde krise. Og som sagt, det gik 8 år, og jeg snakkede meget med min daværende bror om det, og han hjalp os utrolig meget, for at jeg viser den forståelse og viser den støtte, som han ikke havde fået. Og så kan jeg huske, der var en dag, hvor hun var de der 24 år gammel, og igen havde taget den her rolle som pige, så blev hun lige pludselig meget pige, med langt hår og makeup og alt muligt. Så kommer hun en dag til mig og siger, mor, nu vil jeg ikke være lesbisk mere. Nu, jeg synes, der er så meget drama i homoseksualitet. Nu vil jeg gerne være sammen med en mand. Og jeg kigger bare på hende, og så krammer jeg hende, og så siger jeg, skat, lad være med at være den person, du ikke er. Og det var lige der, kunne jeg bare mærke, hun begyndte at græde, og jeg begyndte at græde, fordi det gik op for mig, nu har jeg accepteret hende. Så jeg ville acceptere hendes valg, og det gik op for mig, hun ville bare sige det her, for at tilfredsstille mig, fordi jeg var så bekymret. Men da jeg vidste hende, at for mig, det er bare hendes lykke, der betyder meget, så er det ligesom, så blev hun til den fantastiske pige, hun altid har været. Så kom hun også frem med, at hun må gerne være den person, hun er. Så, ja.
Tak for det.
Og hun er lige blevet forlovet.
Oj,
Ja.
tillykke.
Ja.
Nå,
Til
hvor skønt.
Katrine. Ja, til Katrine, ja.
Nå, det er dejligt. Okay. Jeg vil faktisk godt tænke mig lige at spørge dig lidt mere ind til det arbejde, som du laver i Sabah. Som jeg fortalte jer tidligere, så har vi forældreindsatsen, og vi bruger dem sådan lidt til forskellige ting. Men en af de ting, som vi har fået i gang startet i år, eller kickstartet i år, det er at komme ud til forskellige forældregrupper. Og der har du været ude nogle gange. Og vil du prøve at fortælle lidt, sådan, det lidt omkring de erfaringer, du har ved at stå ude i det rum, hvad du har oplevet, det ligesom kan give?
Ja, jeg har været til 3 arrangementer. Den ene var sidste år ude på Christiansborg, hvor der var kvinder med anden etnicitet deltog. Og så kunne jeg bare mærke, at jeg har bare så meget lyst til at fortælle om mit barn. Det havde ikke noget med homoseksualitet at gøre debatten, men jeg havde bare lyst til at snakke. Så da det blev min tur, at jeg skulle præsentere om min rejse som udlænding i Danmark, så fortæller jeg om mit barn. Og så blev der stille. Der var ikke eneste, der sagde noget. Og da der var pause, så var der en kvinde, der kom hen til mig og sagde, er du muslim? Så sagde jeg, hvad har det med sagen at gøre? Nej, er du muslim? Så sagde jeg, det er bare noget privat. Og så siger hun, hvis du var muslim, så ville du ikke stå der og snakke om homoseksualitet. Så tænkte jeg, okay. Det var det første oplevelse, jeg havde. Og så, og jeg er ateist, men jeg reklamerer ikke med, at jeg er ateist. Så det er jo ligesom, jeg synes, det er noget privat. Men jeg blev inviteret til 2 bydelsmøder på Nørrebro, hvor der er nogle fantastiske kvinder, som arbejder som en form for rollemodel for at integrere kvinder med anden etnicitet i Danmark. Så det er en fantastisk arbejde, de laver, men alle sammen er meget, meget troende muslimer. Så jeg blev inviteret ud for at fortælle om min rejse. Og første gang, jeg dummede mig, fordi som sagt det med islam, det må jeg ikke blande mig i, så jeg fortalte dem, at jeg vidste faktisk, hvordan jeg skulle reagere, når de bringer islam på banen. Så jeg havde heldigvis en anden fra forældrenetværket, som var muslim. Hun tog over, og så reddede hun situationen. Og det var rigtig, rigtig godt. Men anden gang var det meget positivt, fordi jeg tænkte på, jeg skal sætte mig ind i den her med religion. Så kan jeg åbne min mund og sige noget klogt. Så det eneste, jeg sagde til dem, det var, at vi vælger vores børn. Vores børn vælger ikke os. Så det er vores forpligtelse som forældre at være for vores børn, uanset hvad. Og så vil jeg 100% tro på, at den dag, vi ikke er her mere, jeres Gud vil dømme de børn for det valg, de har truffet, og så dømme jer for det valg, I har truffet. Så jeg tror ikke, I bliver dømt eller kommer til helvede, fordi jeres børn er blevet homoseksuelle. Det blev faktisk købt ind. Folk var meget positive, meget nysgerrige, spørgende, rigtig dejlig oplevelse. Og jeg delte også ud af mit eget liv som indvandrerkvinde, og hvad jeg har oplevet af trælse ting, og hvor meget for mig som kvinde har været vigtigt, at jeg klarer mig rigtig godt i samfundet, for at ikke nogen, der kan komme og pege på mig. Og det var derfor, jeg havde lagt så meget pres på mit barn, at hun skulle også bare være den perfekte, ikke? Så det er jo ligesom, jeg er glad for, at jeg kommer ud og fortæller om min rejse, og med den fortælling, så vokser jeg også selv, kan jeg bare mærke. Og min datter kan også mærke forskellen, at hun siger, at jeg lægger ikke mere pres på hende, at hun skal være den perfekte. Hun må gerne begå nogle fejl, hun må gerne dømme sig. Og hun har ikke den der angst, at hvad med eller den skam, jeg har givet hende hele hendes liv. Og det går mig ondt at fortælle det, men jeg er glad for, at jeg får lov til at fortælle det, for at hvis jeg kan redde andre børn, så vil det være fantastisk.
Tak. Og jeg får lyst til at sige, at sådan i forhold til det her, fordi det er jo ikke noget nyt også, at vi snakker omkring det her med religiøsitet. Og det er ofte et emne, som vi også bliver forespurgt, når vi er ude. Og det er vigtigt for mig lige at sige, at det vi ved fra undersøgelser, og det er ikke kun egne undersøgelser, det er også, både nationalt andre større studier, der er lavet på verdensplan også, at det er hverken nogle specifikke religioner, der gør sig gældende, når det er, at vi taler omkring at have modstand mod minoriteter i form af kønsminoriteter og seksuelle minoriteter, men det handler om graden af religiøsitet. Og det er lige vigtigt for mig at sige højt, fordi at jeg som repræsentant for Sabar synes, det er væsentligt, at vi ikke kommer til heller at reproducere nogle af de forestillinger, I måske måtte sidde med. Så derfor siger det lige så direkte. Og samtidig ved jeg også, det er meget komplekst det her. Det kan vi jo også høre fra, når du snakker med Skan, at det handler jo om mange forskellige ting det her. Det handler om frygt, det handler om, oplevelser med diskrimination tidligere i livet, et ønske om at skabe nogle gode rammer for ens barn. Og ofte kan det også handle om manglende viden i forhold til at forstå, hvad det egentlig er, at det går ud på, når ens barn kommer og fortæller, at barnet er transkønnet eller er lesbisk. Hvad er det egentlig, der er på spil? Og der kan det selvfølgelig sætte gang i nogle følelser hos den enkelte forældre, som kan gøre, at de kan komme til at skubbe sit barn væk. Og i værste tilfælde kan det jo også betyde et brud med familien. Det skal vi heller ikke negligere. I jeres organisation tænker jeg også, I må opleve, at der er en masse sådan forestilling omkring, hvad det vil sige at være transkønnet, og jeg kan forestille mig, at som forældre, man også bliver mødt med fordomme, og også bliver mødt med diskrimination, og ikke mindst, at jeres datter også kan opleve det. Hvordan bevæger du i jer, lad os tage udgangspunkt i dig, hvordan bevæger du dig i det landskab? Altså, det er det, jeg spørger til.
Ja, man kan sige, jeg kan starte med at sige, hvad man kan blive udsat for. Det er ikke fordi det, men nogle ting, det er fordi min datter var så lille, så var det sådan, jamen hvordan kan hun vide det, når hun er så lille? Hvordan kan hun være sikker? Og det er sådan, jamen jeg var sikker på, at jeg var pige, da jeg var ikke særlig gammel. Så hvad er forskellen så på min datter og på mig? Hvad hvis hun fortryder? Ja, hvad så? Altså, hun har været rimelig klar i spyttet og sit udtryk og sit. Hun er meget binær, vil jeg så lige sige. Men ja. Men hvad så? Så støtter vi jo hende selvfølgelig i den videre rejse, hvad end den rejse måtte være. En ting, som det var så ikke direkte, at jeg fik det, altså jeg fik sådan af genvej, fik jeg det at vide, hvor der er en, der havde sagt, en af min mands kollegaer, der så havde sagt til ham, nå, er det fordi din kone gerne vil have en datter? Den synes jeg var hård, underlig og utrolig, det ved jeg ikke, virkelig grov. Ja. Altså at fordi jeg gerne vil have en datter, så tager jeg en af mine børn og siger, nu skal du da være det. Så det er sådan en lille palette af forskellige ting, man bliver spurgt om. Og jeg er bestemt ikke den eneste, jeg kan genkende, altså når vi mødes til netværksmøder. Vi har også efterårstræf hver eneste år. Det kommer snart. Det bliver så godt. At det er noget af de samme ting. Nu kommer jeg inden for sådan en naturvidenskabelig verden, og der vil man gerne forklare og kunne, altså sådan, jamen, hvorfor er det sådan? Og jeg ved ikke, hvor mange gange jeg har mødt sådan biologisk. Hvad er det sådan? Altså sådan helt klart biologisk. Og sådan, jamen, altså, er det ikke lige meget? Hvorfor biologisk er jeg sådan, som jeg er? Og ja, så det er sådan, lidt den palette af spørgsmål, man bliver spurgt om, og der skal man, så længe det er mig, der bliver spurgt, og ikke min datter, kan man sige, fordi det vigtigste for mig, og det vigtigste, det har vi også talt i forhold til skolen, pædagogerne og lærerne, det er ligesom, at hun skal ikke stå et sted, og så er der sådan en ring af børn, unge, whatever, der står rundt om hende, og så skal hun forsvare sig for den, hun er. Og heldigvis har vi en rigtig god skole. Okay. Vi skulle også føde dem med informationsmateriale, men så var det jo så heldigt, at det har vi jo så også lavet, og har informationsmateriale, så pædagoger, lærere, forældre kan blive så rustet som muligt i forhold til, i vores tilfælde, hvor det var et transkønnet barn.
Ekstremt vigtigt. Så I har noget materiale, som er tilgængeligt for andre også, hvis man kunne være okay? Ja,
vi fik for nogle år siden penge fra Sundhedsstyrelsen, hvor vi har lavet hæfter, informationsmateriale, der hedder Støt transkønnede børn og unge. Så er det inden for daginstitution, og så et hæfte, hvor det er skole, og et hæfte, hvor det er for familie. Og så har, ikke for at være reklameagtig vel, men så har vi også fået lavet en børnebog, der hedder Storm og Vikingedysten, som handler om, det er så en transkønnet dreng, og om de tanker og ting, der måtte være. Det er så i mellemskolen i forhold til det, men man kan også godt som, tror jeg, ung eller forældre nyde godt af at læse den. Det er da meget sød, synes jeg.
Det er godt at vide. Du må godt reklamere lidt.
Nå,
Endelig gør det. Jeg så, du lige markerede. Vil du sige noget til det?
Ja, fordi da du sagde, at der var meget støtte omkring hende, også i skolen, så kom jeg i tanker om, at min datter, hun gik til håndbold i FIF på Frederiksberg. Og da hun sprang ud og fortalte til alle hendes veninder, som hun var rigtig gode veninder med, de sagde, at de ville ikke have noget med hende at gøre. Og det mest mærkeligste, det var, at alle var danskere. Og de havde begyndt at stille spørgsmål, så du har kigget på os, mens vi har skiftet tøj eller sådan noget. Så hun var dybt ulykkelig. Så det med at være en meget, meget dygtig håndboldspiller, så gad hun ikke at spille håndbold mere. Og da hun har kun en veninde fra dengang, og det er ikke en håndboldveninde, men det er bare en veninde fra skolen. Så det med at have mange veninder omkring sig, drengene ville heller ikke have noget med hende at gøre. De synes det var mærkeligt. Så lige pludselig mistede hun alle, og stod alene med det hele. Det var en voldsom omgang. Og så med en mor, som ikke gav støtte, så det har ikke været sjovt for hende. Ja.
Nej, det lyder godt nok hårdt. Og desværre det er jo også et område, som der virkelig skal ses på, altså foreningslivet. Ja. Jeg sad og tænkte på noget før, da du snakkede, Louise, i forhold til sådan, altså et af sådan, altså det relationelle, og på skolen lyder det som om, at I har fået opbakning, men også at skulle ligesom tage nogle skridt selv, men har oplevet at blive rummet og at blive lyttet til. I forhold til den politiske, hvad skal man sige, det politiske landskab lige nu, sker der jo så nogle positive ændringer. Men jeg ved også, at I virkelig har stået i nogle vilde storme nogle gange. Og hvordan som forældre at skulle både deltage og bruge så mange frivillige timer, og samtidig kunne tage sig af sit barn og sine børn, fordi jeg har jo også en søn. Hvordan har du håndteret det med at skulle engagere dig så meget i forhold til rent faktisk at få basale rettigheder, og samtidig skulle lytte til nogle af de til tider groteske udtalelser, som jeg ved, I har skulle lytte til, og så skærme jeres datter?
Vi har været utrolig heldige i forhold til vores egen familie. Både min mands og mine egne forældre har været accepterende. Så da vi for hver gang vi skulle fortælle søskende, altså vores egne søskende, forældre og så videre, skulle vi jo tage den, altså ligesom være klar til kamp og sige, okay, hvis du ikke kan acceptere vores datter, så kommer vi så ikke til at se hinanden igen. Farvel. Og så næste. Men det kom vi aldrig til at skulle sige, heldigvis. Og det, der er pointe med det, jeg siger, det er, at det har gjort, at jeg har ikke, og min mand har ikke, skulle kæmpe med sin familie. Vi har ikke skulle sådan overbevise dem. Så det vil sige, at den energi og den kamp, og det vi gerne vil gøre for vores datter, men jo for alle transkønnede børn og unge, det har vi så haft energi til. Og så vil jeg også sige, fordi at så hjemme hos os, så er det både min mand og jeg, der ligesom arbejder frivilligt, så har vi også hinanden i forhold til det. Vi kan sidde og være fyldt med energi, og yes, og det er det, vi skal, eller vi kan sidde og være, hold da nu må man ikke, det bliver streamet. Hold da op, altså hvordan kan de, okay, jeg er en totalt dårlig forælder, jeg burde brænde i helvede, men så er vi da to om det, og så må vi jo så tage det. Så ligesom forældrenetværk, og altså det hjælper også os, og det hjælper det der med, at vores forældre har været støttende. Ja. Så det går altså, hvad skal man sige, flere generationer er det vigtigt, fordi så har vi energi til at kæmpe. Men vi møder familier, vi møder forældre, hvor vi får at vide sådan, hjemme ved bedstemor, der er det stadigvæk, fordi sådan er det jo. Og den kamp skal jo så kæmpes der. Og så er det jo klart, så har man jo ikke energi til at kæmpe et andet sted. Nej. Så det kan jeg jo kun være taknemmelig for, at jeg har ikke skulle kæmpe med min familie. Det er et andet sted. Ja.
Fantastisk. Og jeg ved jo også, at det er noget af det, som man kan få støtte. Altså man kan jo få støtte i os. I har sociale netværk, hvor man kan mødes med andre rundt omkring i landet. Til dem, som også måtte stå alene og ikke har støtte udefra, tænker jeg, det er en stor hjælp. Jeg kan allerede se, at vi har kun 5 minutter tilbage. Tiden er simpelthen fløjet afsted, og der er masser af spørgsmål, jeg ikke har nået at stille jer. Så jeg sidder sådan lige og tænker, hvad er det vigtigste nu? Og jeg kunne også godt tænke mig, hvis der er nogle spørgsmål, at I lige får mulighed for at stille et par spørgsmål. Men jeg tænker, godt tænke mig at høre jer, som hvis I lige vil prøve at summe op i forhold til, hvordan man sådan, som forældre bedst muligt kan passe på sit LGBT plus barn. Hvis I skulle komme med nogle gode råd til andre forældre i lignende situation, ud fra jeres erfaring, nu er det jo individuelle erfaringer, og hver situation kan jo se forskellig ud, men ud fra det, I har erfaret. Så vil du starte, Møsken?
Apropos det med at få støtte fra forældrene, da jeg selv tænkte på, okay, nu er det mit barn, og jeg vil gøre alt, hvad jeg kan, for at hun får det støtte, hun har brug for. Og så tog jeg telefonen og ringer til min gamle far i Iran, og fortæller ham, han bliver stille, og giver rør til min mor. Jeg fortæller hende, jeg fortæller til mine brødre, og jeg sagde, at hvis I på et eller andet tidspunkt kritiserer hende, så vil jeg ikke have noget med jer at gøre. Og der blev vist meget respekt, faktisk meget accept, og på en måde for mig, det var en fantastisk sejr, fordi det havde ikke lykkes min bror at få den sejr. Men for at jeg fik den igennem, at de blev faktisk nødt til at acceptere mit barn, det var en kæmpe stor sejr. Og så på et tidspunkt, så var vi i Tyrkiet, hvor min far drikker øl med min datter, og så kigger på hende og siger, skat, jeg har gået rigtig meget og tænkt på det her, fordi han var en meget, meget klog mand og læst rigtig meget. Og jeg har læst meget, og det har gået op for mig, at det med homoseksualitet, det findes også hos dyr, siger min gamle far. Og så pludselig han siger til hende, og jeg kan huske fra dengang jeg var meget ung, jeg havde en bedste ven, han ville aldrig kigge på piger, og vi kunne ikke forstå det. Og nu kan jeg godt forstå det, hvorfor han ikke ville kigge på piger. Så det var ligesom, der startede også en lille revolution i vores lille familie. Min gamle far jeg tror han var på 85 dengang, hvor han fik det at vide, at han accepterede den her. Så for mig, det som jeg vil fortælle videre til en forældre, det er, at som sagt, børnene vælger ikke os, det er os, der vælger børnene. Og det vigtigste, det er, at vi lytter, virkelig lytter. Hvordan kan vi hjælpe? Har du brug for, at vi snakker med dine venner? Har du brug for, at vi snakker med det ene og det andet? Det er ligesom bare være lyttende, omfavne alt det, som de kommer med. De kommer med alt muligt forskellige. Som sagt, min datter, den ene dag ville hun være dreng, den anden dag pige, og så homoseksuel, ikke homoseksuel. Uanset hvad hun fandt ud af, hun kan komme til mig, og jeg lytter. Så jeg tror, det er det. Ja.
Rigtigt. Tak. Hvad siger du?
Jamen altså, det var jo sådan lige lidt det, jeg ville sige, ikke? Fordi det synes jeg også. Altså, lyt. Lyt til barnet, lyt til den unge, og også i forhold til tempo. Altså i forhold til, når dit barn kommer og fortælle, eller er det en pædagog, eller hvem det kunne være, i forhold til, jamen, er det noget, der skal siges i klassen? Nej, det skal det ikke. Eller, altså virkelig, det er barnet, den unge, der bestemmer tempoet. Og så alt efter selvfølgelig alderen på barn, den unge, og muligt så virkelig dialog med skolen i forhold til, for eksempel hvis der er information, der skal gives eller andet. En god dialog, hvis det er muligt. Der kan selvfølgelig være nogle steder, hvor det er utrolig svært. Men det er der, dit barn, den unge, er utrolig mange timer. Det ved jeg i hvert fald også, at min store dreng synes, det er utrolig mange timer, man er i skolen. Så det er virkelig nogle primære personer, der er i skolerne, der er i klubben. Så som sådan en fuldstændig enig, lyt, og så også så meget som muligt god dialog med, hvis ens barn er i den alder, men også i gymnasiet jo, så god dialog i forhold til skole og gymnasie, om muligt.
Og til sidst, vis masser af kærlighed, og møde dem der, hvor de er, børnene. Det er ligesom det handler om.
Ja. Tak skal I have. Nu ved jeg ikke, om jeg kan få lov til lige at bruge 5 minutter ekstra, så jeg lige kan åbne op for nogle spørgsmål. Det lyder godt. Så vil jeg høre, om der er nogen, der brænder ind med noget. Ja, der er en person dernede. Kan jeg få dig til at... Tak.
Hvad skal man gøre, hvis det er den anden vej rundt, om man som barn skal prøve at overbevise sine forældre om det, man nu er? Hvad skal man så gøre, at de ikke er overbevist?
Så hvis man som barn skal overbevise sine forældre...
Det er meget fra forældrenes perspektiv, som I fortæller, men hvis
Ja.
det er den anden, hvis I er jo rigtig gode forældre, som accepterer jeres barn, men hvis I er et barn, hvor den anden vej, hvad gør man så?
Rigtig godt og meget, meget vigtigt spørgsmål. Jeg ved ikke, har I lyst til at prøve at svare?
Jeg vil prøve at svare, fordi at, det er jo selvfølgelig desværre, så findes der jo mange børn og unge, hvor det lige præcis ikke er, der er nogle forældre. Men der må man altså også godt tage kontakt, for eksempel til FSDB, men der er også andre LGBT+ organisationer, hvor man kan mødes med andre unge, andre børn. Vi havde på et tidspunkt, hvor der var en ung person, der rigtig gerne ville med til efterårstræf, fordi så kan man møde andre unge, men man kan også møde forældre. Og vi har også prøvet at, hvad skal man sige, prikke til forældrene og sige, hør nu her, kom med. Men prøv også at række ud til den, altså, altså man behøver ikke at lave ting i vores forening, hvis man ikke har forældrene med. Fordi det kan være en start på rejsen.
Jeg får også lyst til at sige, at nu er det jo selvfølgelig svært at svare på dit spørgsmål med så få informationer. Så jeg vil egentlig også opfordre dig til, hvis du har lyst, at tage kontakt til Sabaras rådgivning eller til nogle af de andre rådgivningstilbud, der findes. Du er i hvert fald meget velkommen til at tage fat i os. Vi har rådgivere siddende hver onsdag på telefon hver torsdag, telefon fra klokken 7 til 9. Og så har vi også samtalegrupper, og noget af det, som vi i hvert fald også oplever, kan være med til at, om ikke for en periode være et alternativ til den støtte, man kan få fra sine forældre, så er det at komme i vores space og møde andre, som er i lignende situation, og kunne deltage i, om det er faciliterede samtaler, eller om det er samtaler bare over en kop te, eller være omkring en social aktivitet, så er det i hvert fald også noget, vi kan tilbyde. Og vi vil selvfølgelig også rigtig gerne være behjælpende, men det kommer også an på, hvordan situationen er, at tage samtale med forældre i et eller andet form for faciliteret rum. Men jeg tror, det er det, jeg vil sige til det. Ja. Der var en kommentar her.
Jamen, jeg har bare lyst til som forælder måske at kommentere på dit spørgsmål dernede, hvis jeg må det. Jeg fik i hvert fald et godt råd for mit barn. da jeg også brugte godt. Jeg kan virkelig kende mange af de tanker, I er kommet frem med bekymring, og man gerne vil gøre sit bedste. Og selvom man gerne vil gøre sit bedste, så forstår man faktisk ikke helt, hvad det drejer sig om. Man prøver hele tiden, som en vanvittig, at få det til at minde om noget, man kan koble sig på. Så at få en kommentar, for eksempel, der hed, som du også nævnte, Louise, jamen har du været i tvivl om, hvordan du har det som mand eller kvinde, eller hvem du er blevet forelsket i? Nej, siger det har jeg jo ikke. Nej, præcis, sådan har jeg det også. Det var den ene del, som var en kæmpe hjælp at få det at vide, få koblet noget på, som man kunne faktisk godt forstå. Og så hele det her kønsskifte debat, som man virkelig er skrækslagen for som forældre, ikke at være god nok til at rådgive i det. Der var det hjælpsomt, at mit barn sagde, jamen jeg ved da heller ikke, om det er den helt rigtige beslutning at tage nu. Det kan jeg ikke vide, om det er rigtigt om 20 år. Men skulle jeg så gå og vente på til om 20 år, at jeg så som 40-årig kan sige, jeg skulle nok have foretaget den her kønsskifte, fordi så må vi jo tage det til den tid. Og det synes jeg bare var meget, meget klogt sagt, at vi er nødt til at forholde os til, hvordan situationen er lige her og nu, for det vil man gerne hjælpe, men man vil også gerne som forældre tænke på den lange bane, men det er der jo ingen af os, der kan. Vi kan ikke vide noget om fremtiden. Så fornemmelsen af at sige, at vi er nødt til at tage udgangspunkt i her og nu, og så løbende støtte, det har været en kæmpe hjælp for mig som forælder, at prøve at gøre det rigtige.
Tak for den input, og Moska, meget gerne sige noget.
Også en meget hurtig opfølgning så på det, min mor sagde, at en måde, man måske også kunne hjælpe sine forældre på, netop hvis ens forældre står med den der følelse af sådan, jeg forstår ikke, hvad det er, du siger, om det har noget med ens seksualitet eller kønsidentitet at gøre, at måske også prøve at hjælpe sine forældre med at forstå med, du behøver ikke at forstå det. Og du behøver ikke at kunne relatere til det. Vi behøver ikke at kunne forstå alt det, hinanden går igennem. Så længe vi forstår det til en grad nok til at sige, okay, og jeg accepterer dig. Fordi også mange gange, når vi har snakket om alt muligt med andre kønsidentiteter ude fra det binære spektrum og sådan noget, der er der også nogle gange, hvor, fordi der er det jo ofte mig, der har den største informationskilde der må jeg også nogle gange sige, det ved jeg ikke. Og jeg har heller ikke styr på alt, og det er så forskelligt fra person til person. Men jeg respekterer bare alle de identiteter, der er. Og hvis jeg har en ven eller en bekendt eller noget, der kommer og siger, jeg identificerer mig som det her eller noget, så siger jeg okay, og hvis jeg ikke lige forstår det, så bliver det en blanding af, at jeg laver min egen research og spørger min ven ind til det, og så finder vi ud af det sammen. Man behøver ikke at have alt viden i hele verden, så længe man bare har en open-mindedness og en accepterende tilgang til det.
Tak skal du have. Det var nogle rigtig gode råd, du kom med. Nu tror jeg desværre, jeg kan fornemme, at vi skal til at slutte af. Så jeg vil bare sige mange tak, særligt til jer, for at komme her og dele ud af jeres erfaringer. Det er jeg meget glad for, at I vil være med til den her samtale. Og også tak til jer, som er kommet, og spred endelig budskabet omkring vores organisationer og den mulighed for støtte, der er i de tilbud, vi har. Og så må I have en rigtig dejlig Pride. Vi ses derude nok, forhåbentlig.
think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. but they all see is you need help. But still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You got to watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard.
Ja, så vil jeg gerne byde velkommen til en debat her på menneskerettighedsprogrammet på Copenhagen Pride om bi-plus-fobi. Jeg skal sige, jeg er frivillig, jeg hedder Bo. Jeg skal ikke lave andet end at løbe rundt med mikrofonen, hvis der er spørgsmål til sidst. Jeg skal nævne, at det bliver livestreamet og optaget til YouTube. Kameraet optager dem, der er heroppe. Hvis man ikke vil på kamera, kan man bare sidde lidt længere bagud, men det er kun heroppe, der bliver optaget. Hvis man heller ikke vil have sin stemme på spørgsmål, så kan man også stille spørgsmål til mig, så kan jeg stille det videre, når vi kommer dertil. Og så vil jeg panelet præsentere sig selv. Tak.
Ja, hej. Jeg er den til. Jeg hedder Mette Marie, og jeg er Nørlev, og jeg er moderator på den her debat LGBT Danmark. Marie? Ja. Den her vil jeg. Okay. Kan I høre mig nu? Okay. Hej, jeg hedder Mette Marie Nørlev og er moderator og biseksuel på den her debat LGBT Danmark. Og jeg er rigtig glad for at moderere den her debat. Jeg synes, at bifobi er en af de mest spændende politiske samtaler inden for LGBT-miljøet, og derfor er jeg også rigtig glad for, at I vil være med og have inviteret mig. Jeg har mit panel med, som er Amalie, Freja og Nana. Og Amalie og Nana er her fra Danmark, men Freja er kommet hele vejen fra Malmø, så Freja taler engelsk, og vi taler dansk. Så hvis der er, det kan også godt være, at du slår over i svensk, hvis der er noget, du ikke lige kan huske. Men for at det er mere tilgængeligt, tænkte vi, at det bliver engelske svar. Men det kan være, Amalie, hvis du vil præsentere dig selv, og hvorfor er du med i det her udvalg i dag?
Ja, hej med jer. Jeg hedder Amalie, og jeg er en del af Bi+ politisk udvalg, med en særlig interesse sådan, i trivsel og bi+-fobi i parforhold. Ja, og jeg bruger hun hende. Det ved jeg ikke, om var nok.
Ja.
My name is Freya, and I'm from Malmö, Sweden. I got to hear about this panel and was recruited to this panel through a Bi+ group through RFSL. It's a Swedish organization working partly with LGBTQ rights. My pronouns are her, and yeah, I'm pansexual also.
Hej, jeg hedder Nana, og jeg er også medlem af LGBT+ Danmarks bipolitiske udvalg. Og jeg bruger pronomenerne hun, hende, og er også identificeret som panseksuel. Og jeg har både sådan rent personligt, men arbejder også med det fagligt. Jeg er uddannet psykolog også, så jeg sidder også med det i min dagligdag, kan man sige det her med bifobi og andet, meget andet.
Ja, og jeg tænker, altså, vi skal jo tale om bifobi, og hvordan bifobi er udbredt.
Men det kan være, at Nana, hvis du vil starte med at forklare, hvad er bifobi egentlig? Hvor ser man det henne?
Ja. Tættere på. Tak, Vivi. Ja, altså jeg ved ikke, om man kan komme med nogen helt udtømmende sådan forklaring, men bifobi, det er i hvert fald fænomenet, at bi-plus seksuelt identificerede personer oplever at blive hvad kan man sige, usynliggjort, slettet, det vi kalder bi-erasure, eller bliver diskrimineret, både i heteroseksuelle miljøer, men faktisk også inden for LGBT+ miljøer, inden for queer miljøer. Så sådan bare meget generelt kan det være det, som det enkelte individ oplever sådan i sine personlige relationer. Og det kan også godt være det, som vi sådan på et højere plan vil kalde monoseksisme. Sådan en idé om, at det er bedre at være tiltrukket af kun ét køn, enten man er hetero eller homo. Så det er sådan, at jeg vil sige meget generelt, uden at tage alt for meget tid fra hele debatten.
Men jeg tænkte på, at tidligere, der sagde du det her med, eller da vi der interviewede derinde, så sagde du det her med, at du ligesom også var meget optaget af de her stereotypiske idéer, der var, eller hvilke privilegier, der lå i at være biseksuel, som sådan, så kan man være sådan passing i et heteroseksuelt forhold, eller sådan, og det var også skadeligt. Er det noget, du uddyber?
Ja. Det nævnte jeg lige inden også, at jeg er optaget både af de sådan stereotyper, altså de meget uheldige troper, sådan forståelser, misforståelser, fordomme, der er om hvordan bi-plus-personer er, men også misforståelser omkring privilegier. For at starte med det med stereotyperne, så kan mange bi-plus-personer møde stereotyper som, at vi er ikke helt til at regne med, vi er ikke helt til at stole på, vi er promiskuøse, vi er sådan out and about over det hele, sådan rent seksuelt, sådan hyperseksuelt. Bliver også præsenteret nogle gange sådan i medierne, desværre, eller i film og sådan noget. Og og så det med privilegier, det er måske specielt henrettet, eller specielt vedkommende inden for LGBT+-miljøet, at man siger, at man har et straight eller passing privilege. At man ikke er lige så ramt som en seksuel minoritet, fordi at man kan ligesom skjule sig under en sådan heteroseksuel hat på en måde, ikke? Men det er ikke et privilegie. Det er det faktisk ikke. Det slider og belaster trivselen, og det bliver ikke talt om så meget. Det er derfor, vi skal tale om det nu, ikke? Men det er det omkring privilegier. Så det er en misforståelse omkring, at man kan gå lidt rundt og bare lade som om, at man er heteroseksuel, og så bliver man nok ikke lige så ramt. Men det gør man selvfølgelig dobbeltramt, fordi man også bliver udsat for ret mange af de her fordomme fra heteroseksuelle personer.
Mm.
Ja.
Må jeg bede om den anden mikrofon dernede? Tak. Vil du tilføje noget til det, Amalie?
Jeg synes, at du sagde det rigtig godt, så umiddelbart ikke noget ekstra.
Så det, jeg tænker meget den her altså sådan usynliggørelsen. Hvis jeg nu skulle sådan eksplicit forklare, hvorfor det er, at den usynliggørelse er skadelig, eller sådan, for jeg tænker, at en stor del af bifobi er usynliggørelse, hvordan det kan være rammende. Er nogen af der vil sige noget om det? Freja, jeg ved, at du sådan, hvad der har bragt dig hele vejen over sundet, for at tale om det her i dag. Sådan bi-erasure.
Yeah, I will take it in English, and if anyone has any questions, just ask me. So my experience with bi-erasure, and also anecdotes I've heard from other bi-plus individuals close to me, is that because of all of the prejudice and the stereotypes around bi-plus individuals, we tend to not only feel erased by the LGBTQ community as a whole, but we also tend to erase ourselves. For example, by not calling us bisexual or pansexual and just going by the term queer, because we feel like we are met with less judgment if we just go with queer. And we also usually, people feel like they maybe get more of a chance to actually make their good impressions with people if they start out by going by the term queer. So that is also a form of bi-erasure that we do to ourselves, an internalized bi-erasure. So that's a problem with prejudice and the judgment surrounding bi plus individuals.
Vil jeg tilføje noget?
Ja, selvfølgelig, meget gerne.
At det der med at gå og skjule sig selv hele tiden, det er bare ikke en særlig god idé, for hvis man skal have det godt, så har man brug for at kunne være til stede som hele den man er, og det ved alle inden for det her miljø. Og altså, når man hele tiden skal redigere og ligesom vise bestemte sider af sig selv frem, altså blandt andet hvis man så er i et queer-miljø og ikke kan fortælle, at man også er gift med, hvis jeg som cis-kvinde er gift med en cis-mand og også har nogle børn og sådan noget, ikke? Og ikke synes, at man kan skilte med det eller bliver væk fra arrangementer, fordi man er bange for at blive outet. Det er sådan, altså, det går ud over trivselen, fordi ja, der er man ikke rigtig mulighed for at være til stede, som det man er. Og omvendt, når man sidder til den der parmiddag måske med andre sådan heteroseksuelle, så bliver man anset for eksotisk eller sådan, ja, lidt løs på tråden, eller sådan en, der er lidt spændende, hvis man som cis-kvinde har været sammen med andre kvinder. Altså det er bare trivselsmæssigt vigtigt, at vi føler, at vi hører til, sådan en sense of belonging, altså det grundlæggende. Og det tror jeg, det er det, der er rigtig svært for bi-plus-identiteter. Altså vi er jo mange meget, meget forskellige personer under den her store definition, men ja.
Ja, Amalie.
Jamen, jeg tror også, det er det her med, at man sådan hele tiden bliver tolket forkert, der er enormt skadeligt, altså sådan på arbejdspladser og med nye mennesker, man møder, så der er nærmest aldrig nogen, der gætter rigtigt, og det er jo også, det er på en eller anden måde en måde at være i verden, hvor man ikke bliver set autentisk for den, man er, og hvis man skal vise sig selv autentisk, så skal man hele tiden sådan i tale sætte det, så det er sådan jo en konstant springen ud. Ja.
Ja, og jeg tænker også det her med, det som usynliggørelsen kan gøre, at man potentielt ikke får adgang til fællesskaber, og det kan jo så påvirke trivsel negativt til sidst, ikke? Og jeg tænker også for, at vi ligesom skal, når vi talte om sådan, hvad bifobi er, hvordan den her stigmatisering kan på en måde i hvert fald være skadelig, så altså Amalie og Nana er jo begge to med i bi-plus-politisk udvalg i LGBT Danmark, og altså hvad tænker I sådan... Hvilke sådan der organisatoriske, eller kulturelle, eller politiske handlinger tænker I, der kan hjælpe med det her problem?
Altså, jeg er jo meget sådan, er jo kæmpe fortaler for sådan, også at bygge altså hjælpe hinanden med at bygge os op indefra. Så jeg tænker jo noget, man virkelig kunne arbejde på, det var, hvordan vi som bi-plus-personer kunne få mere selvkærlighed og blive bedre til at være autentiske. Sådan. Men det er også meget svært, ikke? Fordi det er den her med, jamen, jeg gider ikke hele tiden springe ud, eller sådan, men det er i hvert fald noget med at lave nogle opbyggende fællesskaber. Og vi havde også snakket om, at vi måske skulle lave et eller andet lille workshop til der vores event omkring selvkærlighed. Ja.
Jeg tror også, at altså, det er ikke så lang tid siden, vi faktisk sad til et møde inde i LGBT plus Danmark, og det her spørgsmål også kom op, jamen, hvad er indsatsområderne? Og der er jo rigtig dårlig trivsel, det kan vi se statistisk set. Altså danske undersøgelser, VIVE-undersøgelsen, Sexus-undersøgelsen fra 19, og også et stort studie fra England fra 2021, der har vist, at fordommen blandt, eller imod bøsser og lesbiske er gået ned generelt, men ikke imod bi-plus-personer. Så vi profiterer ikke rigtig måske af nogle af de fordele, som andre dele af miljøet. Ja, sorry. Vi profiterer ikke helt måske så meget af nogle fordele, der kommer andre dele af miljøet til gode. Så jeg tror også, at det der med at sætte ord på noget og navngive og gøre det synligt, altså det er rigtig vigtigt. Altså det kan måske lyde sådan lidt, men altså hvis da jeg voksede op, hvis der havde ligget en folder, og jeg havde kunne se sådan, at der var noget beskrevet, der i hvert fald mindede meget mere om mig, så havde jeg måske søgt ind i et fællesskab. Der fandtes ikke noget fællesskab, der var ung i 90'erne. Det var Landsforeningen for bøsser og lesbiske, så det var der ikke. Men det kunne være en måde at beskrive med ord, og så gøre det synligt, tydeligt i medier og visuelt sprog og talesprog og virkelig sådan gøre opmærksom på det. Og jeg vil sige, altså at vi i BIPLUS politisk udvalg, ja, nu er vi begyndt at arbejde mere sammen med Malmø også, og sådan noget, men begynder også at måske kunne mærke, der kommer lidt mere medvind i sejlene, og jeg tror, at der er en udvikling, som også har at gøre med mediet og sociale medier og nettet og sådan noget, at vi har mulighed for at organisere os på en anden måde og blive synlige igennem sådan nogle kanaler. Så det tror jeg også, vi skal blive ved med sådan og ja.
Hvordan kan I mærke den medvind? Hvad kan det være?
Det er jo blandt andet, at vores kollegaer i AFSL Malmø, søsterorganisation til LGBT plus Danmark, de organiserer en stor konference nu her i september måned, meget tæt på by Visibility Day, ligger omkring 1. oktober, den konference. Og der er inviteret oplægsholdere og alle mulige initiativer og projekter, der bliver præsenteret på den konference. Sådan, og det har fået en masse fondsmidler også. Og de har gjort det i RFSL Danmark, eller Sverige, at de har ansat en projektmedarbejder, ikke? Lønnet, og det har også gjort en stor forskel, fordi at Sanna der fra Malmø har startet grupper og virkelig har pushet på os med Facebook-fællesskaber og sådan noget, og det har givet pote i nogen grad, ikke? Vi kender flere af dem også sådan med ansigter og sådan noget, ikke? Vi begynder at komme mere sammen, vi begynder at føle lidt mere fællesskab. Og det tror jeg, mange af os synes har en beroligende og tryghedsskabende effekt, faktisk. Så.
Ja, så var der jo også den danske konference, for var det et år siden, ja, som også var en BIPLUS-konference. Og der er ikke sket helt vildt meget siden, men første skridt er i hvert fald, at den blev holdt. Og så håber vi jo bare på, at der sker en masse mere.
Frej, vil du uddybe nogle af initiativerne, som AFSL har lavet i Malmø?
Well, I am currently just a member and I haven't participated in a lot of activities for a while, so I'm not completely invested right now in what is happening with that initiative. However, I do definitely agree with Nanna too, that, I mean, there's only so much political groups and by plus groups and etc. Like there's only so much we can do in the terms of like global and national politics and everything. I think that it also starts on an individual level. It starts within ourselves, but also within the LGBTQ plus community. Yeah, I think it starts there by breaking the stereotypes, breaking the prejudice, and when more individuals, both in the heterosexual community but also the LGBTQ community, becomes more aware of bi plus individuals and also recognize their own bi plus phobia within themselves, maybe that's where we will be able to see some form of change. On an individual level. I think that's where it always starts, because essentially it is the individuals that make up the political changes in the end. If that makes sense.
Ja, det gør det. Ja.
And something that noget som er meget konkret, for eksempel, som jeg oplever som biracial bifobi, det er at rigtig mange steder, når man ser en eller anden udstilling, det var for eksempel sidste år, da Copenhagen Pride havde en fed udstilling på Gammel Mønt med Sahene Monoli fra Sydafrika, så stod der bare hele tiden homoseksuelle. Altså, at man også sørger for hele tiden at tænke, at man også skal skrive, der stod også transpersoner, men der stod ikke bi noget sted. Så man hele tiden bare sørger for inden for LGBT+-miljøet virkelig at nærlæse tekster, der skal ud, materiale, der skal trykkes, som kommer ud fra LGBT+-miljøet. Altså har vi nu bi+ identiteterne med os her. Vela er det eneste sted i København, hvor jeg ved, de skriver ingen homofobi, ingen transfobi, ingen bifobi. Og Altså, det er det eneste sted, jeg ved, og hatten af, for det er fantastisk sådan, velkommende at læse, når man går ind, men sådan bare på det der konkrete niveau, så tror jeg, det gør en forskel, at man ser sig selv ligesom inkluderet mere også på det der plan.
Ja, og jeg tænker, nu er vi jo heldigvis under Pride'en, der er mange LGBT plus mennesker her. Hvordan træder vi ud af hovedkassen her om et kvarter som bedre biplusser eller bedre allierede?
Altså et skridt, jeg selv har taget sådan helt på det personlige plan, det er at begynde at sige stolt, at jeg er bi-plus person. Fordi det er noget, som jeg har undladt rigtig, rigtig, rigtig meget i rigtig mange sammenhænge. Så det er sådan på det helt personlige plan, ja.
Yeah, no, I totally agree there. What has really helped me on a personal level is finding my BIPLUS group through RFSL in Sweden, and finding other like-minded individuals that can identify with me, and I can identify with them, and find a community that speaks to me, because I think I'm not the only BIPLUS individual who have probably struggled a lot with finding other queer friends in general. Most of my friends through life have been heterosexual, and that does contribute to a feeling of exclusion. So finding probably making it more visible, making these groups visible, the BIPLUS groups and other samfund that works with BIPLUS rights and prejudice.
Jeg tror bare, at man kan gå ud måske med den tanke, at sådan, vi er mange flere, end man tror. Altså virkelig aldrig antage. Jeg kommer også selv til det nogle gange. Jeg mærker den der kæmpe store forskel på, hvordan jeg bliver modtaget. Nu er jeg i et queer-forhold, kontra hvis jeg har været i et hetero-repræsenterende forhold. Så bare aldrig antage. Altså, det er nok sådan man altid skal minde sig selv om. Bare, vi ved det bare ikke. Altså, vi ved ikke, hvem hinanden sådan egentlig er. Bare, man må hellere spørge, eller tænke, jeg ved det ikke, før jeg helt ved det.
Ja, og så har vi jo også snakket om det her med at begynde at lave mere separatistiske rum. I forhold til sådan det her med, det er jo super fedt at tabe ind i sådan LGBT plus arrangementer, men det er jo også rigtig vigtigt, at vi husker bare sådan at være kun os, eller hvad man siger, fordi det giver os den her fællesskabsfølelse og nogen at spejle sig i.
Jeg tænker altså, det her med, I taler også meget om, at man ligesom sådan skal være en stolt biseksuel, og ligesom prøve at gøre op med sin egen internaliserede bifobi, som jeg tænker også er et stort problem for mange bi-plus-personer, at man, altså det er internaliseret så meget, ikke? Og det er på et meget individuelt plan, men jeg tænker sådan, Nana, altså på en mere sådan, et højere plan, eller et mere strukturelt plan, hvad tænker du, der sådan kunne gøres mod den her sådan, også form for strukturelle bifobi, som vil også eksistere?
Altså, jeg tror, der er hele tiden sådan bevægelser sådan fra top-down og bottom-up, ikke? Altså, der er der mere aktivistiske græsrodsniveau, men der er jo også lovgivning og så videre. Og det ved man, at biseksuelle flygtninge, de bliver ikke godtaget. De skal udgive sig for at være homoseksuel for at få asyl. Altså, det er rigtig mange steder fuldstændig sådan blankt afvist. Så der er jo sådan, hvis vi taler om de store systemer, ikke? Virkelig noget bifobi. Så jeg tror, at lovgivning også, og det der med og inkluderende sprogbrug, ikke? Og virkelig også få det med. Altså, det skal også, hvis der skal være, oplysningsmateriale til unge LGBT plus personer på ungdomsuddannelser eller i wherever eller arbejdspladser, ikke? Så skal man også bare huske at få bi-plus identiteter med. Og måske også arbejdspladser, at man også sørger for, at hvis nogen tillidsrepræsentant personer skal klædes på til, at der er medarbejdere inden for LGBT plus miljøet, så skal de faktisk også klædes på til, at det hedder ikke kun, at man er lesbisk eller bøsse. Det kan være mange andre ting. Det tror jeg altså også sådan strukturelt, at det skal med, ikke også? Men der skal også noget støtte til. Altså nu var den der konference faktisk den første nogensinde, der blev holdt sidste år i LGBT plus Danmark nogensinde. Altså, ikke? Og det blev der også sagt af Susanne Brander, der holdt åbningstalen, at det der egentlig næsten lidt flovt at stå her, at det er den første Bi-plus-konference i det her regi, men ja, det kræver også noget støtte sådan indenfra på det niveau, hvor man også føler, at der bliver postet nogle penge i en, og man sådan, ja, der er noget værd i det, ikke?
Jo, Amalie.
Jo, så bare sådan, også en ret vigtig pointe er jo, at vi er den største gruppe inden for LGBT+, og der er det jo virkelig tankevækkende, at at der ikke sker så meget. Og, ja.
Men det føles som en anerkendelse, da det blev sagt højt, og der endda også så blev sagt, jamen altså, det vil vi da gerne gøre noget ved, og så videre, ikke? Så det der med også at anerkende, altså, ikke? Vi kan jo ikke altid være sådan helt perfekte hele tiden, og hvis vi kommer til at træde i den, jamen det handler ikke om ikke at lave fejl, men altså, det er jo også bare at anerkende, blive set, det betyder meget.
Ja, jeg tænker nemlig også det her med, altså I sidder jo begge to i Bi+ politisk udvalg i LGBT plus Danmark, og du nævnte tidligere det her med, i gamle dage hed det Landsforeningen for lesbiske og bøsser, altså at den forening også har været på en rejse i forhold til at være mere inkluderende over for biseksuelle, ikke? Vil I måske fortælle lidt om, hvad det er for en politisk arbejde, I laver i det Bi+ politiske udvalg? Ja?
Vi laver jo blandt andet arrangementer til Pride'en, som det her i dag, og til Vinterpride'en. Og så ved jeg ikke, om du vil tage over?
Ja, så er der den 23. september, er der Bi Visibility Day, og der planlægger vi også noget, som skal foregå inde i LGBT plus Danmarks nye medborgerhus. Bare en dag med noget eventuelt workshop, måske om selvkærlighed, måske med nogle andre ting, og så sørger vi også for at altså kommunikere og udveksle rigtig meget med for eksempel vores kollegaer der i Malmø. Nu var jeg og Vivi, der er leder af udvalget, afsted, da Malmø holdt Pride i starten af juli, og også lige fortalt med de kollegaer og få skabt et netværk. Så jeg tror, det har også helt klart en værdi, at vi træder julen på den måde, ikke? Og vi lavede også til midsommerfesten derude noget piknik, som bare var for vores gruppe, og der var faktisk et ret fint fremmøde, så vi sørger også for at få lavet en masse Facebook-begivenheder. Og det er noget, vi har trappet lidt op. Så det kan man jo også holde lidt øje med, ikke?
Ja, også til Pride'en, eller paraden.
Ja, man kan sige helt konkret, så på lørdag, Bi+-gruppen har en meget prominent plads i Pride'en. Vi kommer til at gå som nummer 2 i år, og vi har besluttet os for lige et par timer inden at mødes fra 10 til 12 til noget hyggeligt, sådan brunch, kaffe, et eller andet, lige inden vi organiserer os til at stå klar til at gå. Sådan i nærheden af Rådhuset, lige inde i Frederiksberg Have. Så sådan noget prøver vi også ligesom at pushe for. Ja, på det konkrete niveau.
Ja, jeg tænker, at vi tager nogle spørgsmål fra publikum her til sidst. Men vi skal lige runde af, hvis der er nogen af jer, der har. Freja, du har ikke været så meget på nogle afsluttende kommentarer eller noget? Ja. Og så er lovet at sige fra Bi+-gruppen, at de mødes hver den første fredag i måneden kl. 19.15 i LGBT plus Danmarks lokaler over på Østergade. På Vestergade, undskyld. Men den første fredag hver måned kl. 19.15. Og hvad laver man i Bi+-gruppen sådan en fredag?
Jamen, vi har hver anden måned temamøde, hvor vi tager et tema op. Det kunne være at være Bi+'er på arbejdspladsen. Det var et vildt spændende møde. Og så den anden måned, der er det så infomøder. Ja.
Men er der nogle spørgsmål fra publikum? Ja. Lige et øjeblik, der kommer en mikrofon. Jeg tror, det var hernede først.
Hej. Og den er også på, så det er super godt. Spændende. Og jeg havde også skrevet det i kalenderen specifikt, så jeg kunne komme ind og høre det her. Tak til panelet. Så det er mere sådan et spørgsmål generelt til panelet. Og jeg har sådan brygget lidt på det i løbet af den her debat. For i hvert fald personligt, altså jeg er selv biseksuel. Jeg hedder Axel, han ham. Så jeg har oplevet meget, altså i mine egne vennegrupper, og så også med folk, jeg ser generelt, at Jo mere sådan fokus, der kommer på det progressive og det udviklende i vores samfund, desto mere er der kommet sådan en overfladisk progressivitet af folk, der gerne vil se godt ud på overfladen. Hvorimod en af mine gode venner gennem mange år, som i den grad ikke er særlig progressiv, han er tværtimod meget konservativ og mener alt det der med 2 køn og alle de der ting. Ikke så glad for LGBT. Alligevel har vist mig nok hjerterum, da jeg sprang ud. Jeg var meget bange for at springe ud over for ham. Jeg tænkte, shit man, det kan være, at jeg mister en ven gennem mange år. Hvorimod, når jeg så har mødt folk, hvor jeg tænker, her er der i hvert fald hjerterum, her kan jeg åbne op omkring, hvem jeg er, fuldstændig ærligt. Så er jeg blevet mødt langsomt med, at folk falder fra og viser mig den kolde skulder, på trods af, at de siger de rigtige ting udadtil. Så det er mit spørgsmål sådan mest det er, hvordan kan vi mere, i stedet for alt det gode arbejde, der er blevet lavet, med at fokusere på, hvad man skal sige, og hvad man ikke må gøre, og for eksempel sætte skilte op med, at vi er imod transfobi, homofobi, bifobi, alle de ting. Hvordan kan vi måske bygge bro med de mennesker, der måske ikke er super progressive, men alligevel er kloge nok til på en eller anden måde at være åben for at lære mere, som eksempelvis min ven der, som var åben for mig, i modsætning til bare at sige til folk, gør det rigtigt udadtil. Er det sådan, giver mit spørgsmål mening?
Ja, jeg skal lige afklare det. Altså, du oplevede, at din ven, som ikke var så progressiv, han havde mere rum til dig, end dine venner, som var mere progressive?
Ja, faktisk, ja.
Ja.
Fordi han har været fuldstændig ærlig udadtil omkring, hvem han er som person, og hvad han mener, i modsætning til rigtig mange, som bare lyver. Ja. Omkring, så siger de, men vi går meget ind for det LGBT, vi har intet imod homoseksuelle, men under overfladen, så er det faktisk ikke det, de mener, fordi de tænker jo stadigvæk anderledes. Men han er jo fuldstændig ærlig omkring, hvad han mener. Men han har alligevel set mig og mit venskab som værende mere værd, end hans egen holdninger, og faktisk også rykket sig. Mm. Så, hvordan kunne man gøre det?
Altså, jeg tænker, at jeg har tit oplevelsen af, nu sidder jeg også meget og arbejder næsten kun med queer-personer, egentlig også i mit arbejde, men noget med, når man skal springe ud eller fortælle ting, der kan være svære, at starte med de mest trygge personer i ens sådan social cirkel, der hvor det er mest trygt, og der må have været en eller anden tryghed også, i forhold til dig og din ven der, ikke også den personlige varme, der alligevel overgår nogle holdninger. Og jeg tror, at der kan vi alle sammen være sådan lidt hverdags helte, eller sådan tage nogle kampe i at gøre det modige skridt, du gjorde der, ikke? Og springe ud over for nogen. Vi måske faktisk, vi mærker en varme og tillid til, og så måske sådan lige sætte lidt parentes om alle vores fordomme om deres holdninger, og hvad deres holdninger er over for os og sådan noget, så tror jeg, at det der mellemmenneskelige led, som du siger, det er der virkelig, virkelig vigtigt. Det kan jeg godt ikke genkende til. Altså at mennesker, som jeg troede ikke kunne acceptere det, var meget, meget åbne og nysgerrige. Og så det tror jeg, at det der med at turde tage nogle skridt ud i vores personlige rum, måske lige våge lidt flere skridt, det tror jeg kan noget. Ja.
Må jeg tilføje, at jeg synes, at de mennesker, der har irrationelle holdninger omkring folk, LGBT-personer, jo ofte har det, fordi de ikke ved bedre, har fået en opdragelse. Jeg var faktisk selv utrolig homofobisk tidligere i mit liv, inden jeg sprang ud, og inden jeg accepterede, hvem jeg var. Jeg har faktisk sagt frygtelige ting til folk. Men alligevel, vi ved jo bedre den dag i dag, fordi vi har gennemgået en kamp, og vi har set folk, der har været smertet af alt det her. Jeg tror, det jeg ofte ser desværre for mange LGBT-personer, det er at i stedet for at bygge den der bro der, og prøve ligesom at lære folk og få dem over på vores side, på den gode måde, så bliver det bare et stort had. Så besvarer man had med had, og så bliver det bare 2 grupper af mennesker, der råber hinanden. Eksempelvis med Dansk Regnbueråd. Man må mene, hvad man vil om den. Og jeg kan da godt forstå, jeg er godt nok ikke enig med den på alle områder. Men de kan have en dialog med folk, og de er åbne for faktisk at tale med folk omkring visse af de her ting. Så det er mere det der med, hvordan får vi ligesom den dialog i spil, sådan, så vi får ændret folks holdninger, så de kan udvikle sig som mennesker, ligesom jeg gjorde. Altså, der var folk, der var villige til at sætte sig ned med mig og tale om de her ting. Ellers så havde jeg stadigvæk været et frygteligt homofobisk menneske i dag, der havde gjort skade på andre mennesker verbalt.
Men jeg tror, vi skal gribe muligheden, altså når vi kan. Vi skal også huske på det her minoritetsstress, det gælder også B+-identiteter, og man skal ikke altid educate andre, hvis man ikke selv har energi og overskud til det. Det er ikke kun vores opgave, men grib muligheden, hvis man når som helst man kan for dialog. Det er rigtigt, det er jo altid rigtig, rigtig godt. Og vi må godt være forskellige. Det er jo hele pointen. Vi behøver ikke at være ens. Altså, det er ikke det regime.
Er nu der vil tilføje noget? Nej. Okay.
Tusind tak.
Ja. Og der var også et spørgsmål her. Der kommer lige en mikrofon. Heroppe først, tror jeg.
Jeg vil også lave mig en slags konstatering på en sin vis. Men jeg skal trykke på knappen, når det er tændt. Fint. Hej, jeg hedder Frank, og jeg er en del af LGBT-gruppen B+, og som det hedder på Facebook, B+ hygge. Det er meget vigtigt, det der hygge, husk det. For det betyder rigtig meget i vores gruppe. For mig har det for eksempel været meget nemt for mig, da jeg sprang ud for 4 år siden. Der var jeg lige fyldt 60. Så jeg ved ikke, om det er på grund af alderen, det har været nemt for mig at springe ud. Efter jeg sprang ud. Det var ikke nemt at springe ud. Det var det selvfølgelig ikke. Det var sgu hårdt. Men jeg tænkte på, vi talte om det der med at springe ud lige før, nogle af jer, og det er jo det var også noget af en udfordring. Jeg står selv i den udfordring der, altså man kigger på sådan en datingside, der er sådan på, på Facebook, jeg er ikke inde på alle de andre, men hvad fanden tænker jeg ved mig selv? Hvad stiller jeg op? Tør jeg overhovedet gå ud i noget? Fordi er der noget, jeg virkelig selv foretrækker? Det er den åbenhed, som jeg har haft hele vejen igennem den procedure, jeg har været igennem de sidste 4 år, og jeg er ekstremt åben. Så den eneste udfordring, jeg har, det er det der med at skulle åbnes op ind i sådan et forum, uden det er et LGBT-forum, men et almindeligt hetero generelt forum. Så det er den eneste udfordring, jeg har, og jeg tror ikke, at der er nogen svar på sådan et spørgsmål. Ikke andet, man skal prøve at tage sig sammen, eller bare håbe det bedste. Det er sådan, jeg ser det. Og jeg synes, der var noget andet, men det har jeg glemt skældt om. Det var sådan set det, jeg lige har.
Tak. Ja, der tror jeg jo, det er meget vigtigt at være åben omkring, hvem man er. Og så de mennesker, der ikke kan acceptere det, det er nok heller ikke nogen, som man har lyst til at være sammen med. Ja.
Og så var der et tæt? Ja.
Kevin Sørensen, selv biseksuel. Stor og stolt. Det er til hele panelet. Hvordan ude på arbejdsmarkedet, hvis folk lige pludselig kommer hen og spørger jer, hvordan vil I reagere til spørgsmålet, og hvad vil jeres svar være?
Ja, konkret spørgsmål. Vil I alle 3 svare måske kort?
Jeg tror ikke helt,
Nå. Vil du... Altså, hvordan man vil reagere på sin arbejdsplads, når man bliver spurgt,
hvis du bliver spurgt med...
om sin seksualitet.
Ja.
Ja, sådan hvad man...
Og hvordan?
Ja.
Altså, jeg mener jo, at seksualitet er en privat sag, så det skal man jo kun dele, hvis man har lyst til det, og hvis man synes, det er relevant for noget, eller ja.
If I understood the question right, you were talking about how to handle yourself and your sexuality at the workplace. Yeah. For me, I guess it's always been kind of, I do think that as any type of LGBTQ person, I consider the whole the lunchroom talk and everything when people talk about their partners or who they're going to date and their dating life, etc. How it is kind of important there. I think that we come to a normalization where essentially even LGBTQ individuals and bi+ individuals can just go and say like, yeah, no, I am going to meet my girlfriend today, and that's that. And then there shouldn't be any follow-up questions from heterosexuals, particularly where it's like, oh, are you LGBTQ? Are you lesbian? Are you bi, whatever. It should essentially just be as natural as when a heterosexual person says, yeah, no, I have a wife and 2 children, and that's that. Normalizing it so that it becomes an integral part of the everyday speech, everyday speech of people's lives. Yeah.
Jeg får også lyst til at tilføje, at sådan en afgrænsning også omkring, altså man går heller ikke og spørger hinanden om alle mulige private, seksuelle sådan spørgsmål, som LGBT plus personer ret tit får. Og selv i parforhold med en transperson, også bare for rigtig mange grænseoverskridende spørgsmål, som er meget privat, og der sætter jeg klart grænsen, altså der er jeg enig med Amalie, det er en privat sag, og det må man også godt ligesom gøre synligt og tydeligt, at det spørger jeg heller ikke dig om, sådan, hvem går du i seng med, hvor mange, og er du i åben, er du sådan en, altså har du poli, eller, altså det må man virkelig gerne afgrænse. Det synes jeg ikke, at nogen har krav på. Altså jeg har heller ikke krav på at spørge om alt muligt mine kollegaer. Men jeg synes også, det har en værdi, vil jeg sige for mig selv personligt, det har jeg oplevet, altså at være åben. Har jeg været rigtig utrolig heldig med mine arbejdspladser, men det har en værdi at være åben for mig selv, først og fremmest. Ikke for deres skyld, men for mig selv. Fordi jeg synes, det er rart at kunne netop, som Freja siger, ikke bare sige det som det er, hvis folk spørger, jamen jeg skal med min kæreste og hun sådan og sådan et eller andet. Altså, så det, ja.
Vi har lige 5 minutter tilbage til de sidste spørgsmål. Hvor mange har spørgsmål mere, hvis I vil række hånden op? Okay, 2. Kort bemærkning.
Jeg laver et kort spørgsmål. Det handler egentlig om, jeg hedder Cecilie. Det handler om det her med at holde fast i sin bi-plus-identitet, hvis du dater en, der er heteroseksuel og cis-kønnet. Både fordi du så vil være den eneste i parforholdet, der har en queer-identitet, men faktisk særligt så oplever jeg, at jeg kan trække mig lidt fra queer-miljøet, for jeg synes, det er svært at være i et queer space med min heteroseksuelle partner, fordi jeg frygter lidt, at jeg i bedste fald bliver set som en ally, og i værste fald bliver set som en intruder af et queer space. Så har I nogle erfaringer eller tips til, hvordan man kan inkludere sin heteroseksuelle partner i et queer space?
Ja, er der nogen af jer, der vil svare?
Jeg tror ikke, jeg er den rigtige til at svare, fordi jeg har mere... jeg har været sammen med cis-kvinder i hele mit voksenliv, så ja.
Jeg har været i alle konstellationer af faste parforhold. Og altså, jeg tror, det er en god idé også at tale med din partner om også, altså, hvordan har du det egentlig med at komme de her steder, hvad er vigtigt også altså for dig, og det der med at være en intruder, altså det tror jeg, altså det er der rigtig mange bi-plus personer, der oplever, ikke? Er jeg queer nok? Er jeg intrusive her? Er jeg, altså, tager jeg noget fra nogen, og der har mere ret til det? Men du skal bare huske, at du har ret til at være der, og din partner har også ret til at være der. Og så tror jeg, sådan den konkrete kontekst, så dialog igen, og forhandle lidt med, hvad det er for et rum, og hvorfor skal vi være her sammen, og så videre. Men det har også en værdi, synes jeg, at holde på, at man kan faktisk også godt have en partner, der ikke er queer. Spørgsmålet er så, om hvordan den partner har det med at blive koblet sammen med en person, der er queer og sådan noget. Der er måske også en masse snakke og kommunikation i ens parforholdskontekst, som er vigtigt at tage, før man måske kan gå ind i et større rum og synes, det er trygt.
Tak.
Det.
Var der et sidste spørgsmål? Ja.
Hej, jeg hedder Louise, og jeg er en lesbisk kvinde. Jeg har et spørgsmål i forhold til, hvordan man kan være en god allieret for bi-plus-personer, man kender. Fordi at jeg også snakkede om, at bi-plus-personer er den største gruppe i LGBT+-miljøet, så møder jeg rigtig mange af dem. Både folk, der ligesom er meget i miljøet og ligesom bracer den identitet, men jeg oplever også, fordi jeg er i et forhold med en kvinde, at ofte så er der queers, der kommer til mig og springer ud til mig personligt, men ikke er så åben med det selv, specielt hvis de er en bi-plus-person, og de er i et forhold, som folk læser som heteroseksuelt. Men når jeg så prøver at sige, hey, jeg er mega excited, jeg har fået en ny LGBT+-ven, vil du ikke med til det her arrangement? Så er der tit folk, måske på grund af noget intelligeret bifobi, der har svært ved at føle, at det er noget, der er aktuelt for dem, eller de tænker, at det er også lige meget, eller et eller andet, man kan virke som om det er lidt tilbageholdende. Men jeg tolker også den her åbenhed over for mig, som om, at det er jo nok noget, der er centralt i deres liv, siden at de har lyst til at åbne op over for det til mig. Så hvad er nogle gode tips for at sætte sine seje bi-plus-venner under armen og få dem med til queer-arrangementer?
Ej, dejligt sidste spørgsmål. Ja.
Yeah, no, some tips that I might have is that personally I would appreciate if my friends and other close relatives, when they don't necessarily need to constantly talk about me and make a whole discussion surrounding me when it's not in a natural setting, but I do kind of feel like I have always told my friends and family that it's important that they too do the work. They do the research, they talk with me and essentially ask me, when you're not in the room and people ask about your sexuality or your partner or your whatever, what would you like me to say in your defense or your when I'm talking about you? What would you like for me to cover? So maybe ask your friends, your bisexual friends, what would you like for me to say when you're not in the room, if bisexuality comes up on the agenda? Probably, yeah. And also, you were kind of already touching on it, the whole having the right to keep your sexuality and your relationships private, if that is what you want. A lot of people usually, and I think a lot of LGBTQ individuals feel that whenever they try to talk naturally about their relationships or families or sexuality, it's always met with so much curiosity and people want to know more. But I also feel like it's important to also put up the boundaries there for other people that are not bi plus, that, you know what, I am happy to talk about it to a certain extent, but it also kind of lands in your responsibility to look up if you still have any questions. An LGBTQ person is not your personal gaypedia where you get to we have the internet, we have so much information there. Ask people. It's okay to put up those boundaries and ask people to do the work for themselves too. It's not your job to constantly educate others on who you are. It's kind of up to them too.
Det var... Jamen, jeg tænker, er nogen af der har noget afsluttende? Nej, vi er også over tid nu. Så lad os slutte af. Ja, tak fordi I var med. Tak fordi I kom. Jeg ved ikke, det er vel bare det. Ja, tusind tak fordi I var her.
Tak.
One day, some gon' change. Yeah. They try so hard. They try so hard. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this debate organized by LGBT Asylum. My name is Bo. I'm a volunteer here. My only job is to run around with a microphone if there should be questions at some point. And I will leave it to the moderator to introduce the panel. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I should mention that it's being live streamed to YouTube from the camera here. The camera is only recording what is up here. So when you're sitting in the back, you're not filmed. If you want to ask a question and don't want to have your voice on the recording, you can ask the question to me and I can repeat it. So I hope everybody is comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Bo, and I just want to make sure, am I loud and clear? Thank you. So welcome to the panel, Queer Asylum, Uncertain Life in Denmark. My name is Jana Basanko, and I'm the Secretary General of LGBT Asylum. In LGBT Asylum, we work with improving the conditions and rights of LGBTQI+ persons who seek asylum or live as refugees in Denmark. We offer support and legal counseling throughout the asylum and integration process. We offer a psychosocial LGBTQI+ network, and we do advocacy work. We are the only organization in Denmark to provide this specialized support and network for LGBTQI+ asylum seekers and refugees. Our members have fled their countries of origin because they are persecuted by authorities and local communities because of their sexual orientation and or gender identity. Many of our members have experienced torture, corrective rape, imprisonment, and are in danger of being killed. Many live with depression, anxiety, and PTSD. In Denmark, they arrive all alone without family or any network. Today, the panel will share their knowledge and experiences of living an uncertain life in Denmark as queer people with a refugee background. Please give a warm welcome to Mohammed Sorety, who is an activist in LGBT Asylum and has been part of the organization for the past 7 years and has a background as a ship navigation officer. Then we have Neil Lutin, who is a volunteer in LGBT Asylum and has been part of the organization for a decade and has a background in engineering and architecture. Then we have Rikke Schröder, who is a PhD scholar at Aalborg University and has also been part of LGBT Asylum for 2.5 years. Unfortunately, Marie Luna, who is also a PhD scholar from WUK, had to be in South Africa, so she cannot be here today, but I know that when we start our debate here, you might bring in some of Marie Luna's research when relevant. Yeah, so thank you. So we have prepared quite some questions for you, and we don't have too much time, so I do hope that it leaves us room in the end for questions. But if not, we'll see how it will go, but we'll start and then we see. So I would like to address my first questions, and I would like to start with you, Neil. How has your life changed since you were granted asylum?
So in the beginning, as a person who came from queer background and also from Syria, first I came to Denmark, I had this sense of relief. The first thing that came to my mind, like, this is the very first time ever that I will be actually able to sleep without always hearing the echo of guns, weapons, or bombs constantly every day. Of course, all of this relief that I had at some point, I came out of this disillusion that I had, because even though you don't hear it, but the echo is still there inside of you. Every day, every night, no matter what you do, you can still feel it. When going through this asylum process here in Denmark, when I arrived, it was a very difficult process. It's really take very, very long time, because every single life choice you do in your life, you are your own person, you make your own decisions, you are the one who responsible for your own decisions. But when you are in an asylum process, this is not up to you anymore. So you always have this feeling like, I'm stuck now and my life is in someone else's hand. You absolutely have no control over it. You don't know what kind of questions or anything they want to ask you about later. And of course, you cannot be... some aspects of your life, when people ask you about, you don't want to share everything about yourself, about details about your sexuality, how many people you've been with, what did you do in the past, dates, times. So all of this stuff, when they keep asking you about it, when you go through the integration system, it's really start taking part of your dignity and really take really big toll on you. Of course, after I have been granted the asylum and I moved to be a refugee, all of this actually took another turn when you find yourself just trapped in the job center in Denmark. But of course, I should cover this a lot later. But you can answer, Mohammed, if you'd like, or if you have any question also.
Yes, please, Mohammed.
Hi, and thank you for coming. A lot of things change when I come from Syria also. I have now 13 years away from my family. And it is a good thing and bad thing. If we start with the bad thing is like, you be away from your family for 13 years is not easy. When you be away from your memories, when the area when you grew up, everyone he liked to go to see his school, all the friends. All this is like you delete from your life. The good thing, the change, it's helped me. I mean, Muhammad, when he came 2015 in Denmark, not like Muhammad when he's now in 2023, when I'm now out of the closet. Helped me to be myself more, free, my freedom, because also I was fighting in Syria for our dictator system, fighting our dictator system. This is why I'm politician, also refugee, not only like LGBT refugee. So I cannot even, this is the thing, like I was always, make me feel free here that, you can also complain here in Denmark without feeling scared from the politician or from the police. I mean, there's a lot of, like today I was a volunteer in the art area. I saw the police coming to check the art and the gay pride, and I was smiling. I said, oh my God, if I would be in Syria, I would be scared. They will talk me to the jail, not coming to see the art. This is some different people. They don't notice if you live here and you grew up with normal. They think this is normal, but for us, it's not normal. A lot of change. This is the most thing. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. And Rike, could you please tell us a little bit about your research or what you have been doing?
Sure.
Thank you.
Before I do that, Marie Luna was briefly mentioned, and her work focuses mostly on the asylum system for queer asylum seekers in Denmark. So if you're interested in that, I highly recommend to look her up. And what I've been doing is I've been researching the lived experiences of LGBTIQ+ refugees who live in Berlin and surroundings and Copenhagen and surroundings. And for the Copenhagen sample, I've talked to 13 queer refugees and 11 representatives of organizations who work with queer people, migrants/refugees, or queer refugees specifically. And I think what becomes quite clear is what you have also, both of you, said, that when you're in the asylum system, it's really hard to focus on anything else. So getting asylum is the main priority. So when you get it, there's a big sense of relief and an opening up of possibilities. But then after some time, that gets demystified in a way because the asylum status is very temporary and actually doesn't provide the sense of security that we might hope for. And I think I will leave it at that for this question.
Thank you very much. And it's on? Lost track. Now it's on? Okay. So what are your experiences with integration in Denmark? Neil, could you please take us through that?
Yeah, should I start? Okay.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I know it's very big, so maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So that's bringing me where I stopped in the beginning, as you mentioned. So part of after you get your refugee status here in Denmark, you have to sign integration contract, and that's usually between you and the municipality and the job center, which they're supposed to create for you this guideline how you should live your life here in Denmark. And of course, you have to focus on everything they want to give you. Part of it, where to live. You don't have an option to choose where you have to live. You don't have an option to pursue any education if you want to, because they will decide for you what's best for you in their opinion. And of course, what career path you would like to take. For me, I'm one of the people, I came with an engineering background. And I really wanted to start, like, instead of just trying to spend so much time just trying to follow these regulations, because it did not make sense to me. If I have an engineering background and my education is valid in Denmark, why should I start everything from ground zero? When you have to go back and start gymnasia and then you go step by step and you waste so much time of this. And of course, you think they will be like more helpful regarding this, but it's absolutely not. If you want to ask, okay, can I have a pratique? So maybe something in my field, they would never offer you this. I don't know if the reason for that is because usually every job center in Denmark in general, they have a meeting with different job owners in the country. And of course, job owners bring different opportunity for the job centers, for refugees, or anyone who's under the job center. Or maybe they just wait for people just to ask them, like, can I have this? And I'm one of the people, I had some of my friends who work as engineers, and when I talked to them, like, one of my friends, he have an engineering company, he asked me I could just work with him, but of course that was a no-no. So I had to find another way actually to go behind that. And for education, you think, okay, your education is not good enough, as they always try to convince you like what to do. Your education, your background, your experience in life, it's not good enough no matter what you do. So you have to see, okay, so what you have to offer me, and it's always something absolutely not even related to anything you have interest in. And we are living in community now, like each one of us have our own interest and our own passion in life and really want to pursue that. But if you go to this point when, okay, you're not allowed to have your own individual thoughts and wishes and dreams, so always you have to go to ground zero. So to me, after I finished all requirements for the integration system here in Denmark, I thought, I'm going to throw all of this behind me, and I'm going to break my own path to find my own job and to just pursue and continue my education here in Denmark and to have like a higher degree of education. A lot of people say, no, you cannot integrate here in Denmark until you just finish this integration system. But from my experience, it wasn't about integration to them. It's just about just really making you delay your life as much as possible. Because of course, for every case for job center in Denmark, they still get paid for it. So to me, it didn't feel this is fair, because we are people, we deserve actually a chance. We have brilliant minds. We are capable of expressing ourselves and actually have a great potential to have great life. But this wasn't the case here, especially for the integration system to me. I had actually to find my own way to be able to break free and really start feeling like I'm a human being and I have a real impact on the society I'm living in. That was actually my experience. Yeah.
Thank you, Neil. I think I will just leave this on. So, yeah. Rike, I know also that you got some preliminary, or how do you call that, results?
Preliminary, yeah.
Preliminary, thank you. Results also in conducting different interviews, because this being, I mean, you're living in Denmark and you have to live up to some requirements, like Neil is talking about being integrated, but at the same time, as a queer refugee, you're also only granted asylum and protection for 2 years. And then, so I also think that there's like, there's a disconnect there, because how can you build a life in Denmark and at the same time be scared about that you will be sent back to where you fled from? And for our members in LGBT asylum, it's not a possibility, because, I mean, it's not that there's a war that will end, that's devastating enough. It's not about that, but I mean, you are still being queer, so you are still in danger of being persecuted if you return, right? So does your research so far shows anything regarding that?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's also why we put the word uncertain in the title of this event, because I think it's a theme that keeps coming up when people talk about their experiences being here, and there's uncertainty in the asylum process, but also then in the integration process that is very much regulated by the Kommune, as Neil just explained, but that doesn't actually align with society's expectations, right? Just because a person has finished the Kommune's integration course doesn't mean they are perceived as being integrated. And just on a side note, I think it's also interesting how different expectations come together. I'm a migrant myself, but I migrated from Germany, and no one really has the expectation for me to speak perfect Danish, but before I entered the job market. But I think the expectations are very different when we look at refugees. Yes, and then it is very difficult to come up with plans or to even think about what you might wish for, because, again, as Neil said, it's even hard for you to choose your place to live, because that's usually not in your hands. You can organize an apartment by yourself in Copenhagen, good luck, and then you lose your right for social benefits for some years. So it is a very big commitment if you decide to move out of the Kommune where your integration program is supposed to take place. And the last side note, if I may.
Yeah, you may.
Maybe some of you know that in Denmark, recently, I think 3 years ago now, they changed also the names of some of the departments and the allowance that people get for their living. So it used to be called Integration Allowance or the Integration Department, and now it's called the Self-Support and Repatriation Allowance. Self-support and repatriation. It took me a long time to get this into my head. And this is, you might say this is just words, but this is also creating a climate in which people move around, and the focus is apparently not so much on you actually integrating and staying here, but the focus is on repatriating you, right? So going back to your country of origin.
And before I, thank you for that, addressing the next question for you, Mohammed, but before that I just want to touch upon also the integration, because now you're talking about also moving to different municipalities, but the rules are that when you are granted asylum, so you live in the asylum center, and then if you are lucky, and I mean that you actually do get asylum in Denmark, because it's very, very, very difficult, then you will be allocated in a municipality that has been chosen for you. And what we work for in LGBT asylum is that queer refugees will be allocated near Copenhagen, Aarhus or Odense, I mean the bigger cities in Denmark, because we can see that when you live in the outskirts of Denmark, it's super difficult to be part of a network and also get like integrated, but also being a queer person of color with a refugee background, a Muslim background, and it's very difficult. And it's also like that is not that you get like your own apartment. You will also get housed maybe together with 20 other refugees, and those refugees are most likely also from the country that you fled from, being non-queer. I mean, so they still kind of can represent some of the same oppression that you actually fled from, which is also, is dangerous in some sense in the asylum centers in terms of protection, but definitely also when you get asylum that you are stuck there for 3 years. So it's just on so many levels that we have a system that is difficult to navigate in when you're trying to create a new life. So, Mohammed, what I would like to ask you about is what are some of the challenges that being a queer person with a refugee background in Denmark, I mean, what are some of the challenges that you face?
It is a lot of a challenge actually. Is the first thing, like when they always force you have to be Danish, and why I have to be Danish? It's like, what the difference? Why if I keep myself Syrian and I get the good thing from Danish culture and I keep the good thing from my culture? Because also we have rich culture in Syria. Why we have to delete all memory? We are not computers, like to delete yourself. This is make a lot of people actually feel bad and in psychological problem because I said last time you cannot bring elephant from Africa and tell them to be like any another animal in Africa, for example. They live in something different. They keep the culture with them. Let's teach them the Danish culture, and let's also take from each other, because we all have good and bad thing in our cultures. So focusing always to be Danish, it make people in the heavy thing, I have to be Danish, and I am not Danish enough still. And what the Danish enough mean, because also you have good and bad Danish people. So why we have to be Danish? What the meaning of? The thing also, like my name, for example, my name is Muhammad, and I keep it. I don't believe any religion. I respect all religion. But I keep it because I always want to show the Muslim people that Muhammad, he can be gay. And I get fight from the both side. I get fight from the Muslim people. Like my auntie, she told me it's so shame to be Muhammad. It changed it because they don't like to be Muhammad and gay. And the Islamophobic people, they don't like me because the first when they saw Muhammad, it's like the media also did the good job to make people scared from this name. You cannot get a job easy when you send your CV. When they saw the first name, they don't look about your experience. We don't want Muhammad in our company. It is something about you lose a lot of things. You lose a lot of you lose a lot of things because of that. So it's like you keep also like this about refugee always, and you need to be a human also. I mean. The problem when you have a very strong, difficult rules in Denmark to have the nationality or permanent residency. You feel you are a refugee. I have 8 years now, and I'm still feeling I'm refugee. I'm not ashamed to be refugee because also refugee very strong to be refugee. That means you are going to find a new life. You are fighting to be free. But it's also hurt you when you have to remember that you are a refugee. I'm a human, If I compare all my friends who are from Syria, refugee, and all Europe, they all have nationality now. When I am still speaking about the same thing every year, and nothing has changed, unfortunately. So this is the thing, about the thing. What I want to add. This is. Make you feel like hurt you when you. I mean, it's nice when we share our experience, But when you speak about your story always, and you remember that you are a refugee, you feel like they look to you like a refugee. It's not bad, like to be a refugee. You can be a good refugee, you can be bad refugee, you can be rich refugee, you can be poor refugee. Sometimes they told me, you have nice clothes, why you don't look like refugee? I mean, why? What does it mean? It's something very, the problem was people, they look in the media. And also in the media here in Denmark, sometimes they focus more about the bad thing, what the refugee did. Okay, why you don't say this refugee, he did the very good thing for Denmark? For example, like when I was working with Maersk Line, I was the one who made Maersk join Copenhagen Pride. Why you don't say this in the news, like Muhammad, who was Muhammad, the refugee, he made the biggest company in the world and Danish company join Copenhagen Pride in the first time, and now they are the sponsor. This, you don't hear it in the news. You hear Muhammad, who maybe broke the window. You understand? So of course, if you are Danish and you hear always Muhammad who broke the window, Muhammad he killed this, Muhammad he stole this, of course you will scare from Muhammad. And this is what we need to, the media focus on and show that you have a different people from everywhere. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to comment on something actually regarding the name thing. Because one of the things actually I experienced when I was in the job center, or I was trapped in the job center as I like to refer to, actually they asked me to change my name.
Mm-hmm.
Legally changing my name, because they said like, oh, no one actually will ever hire you. And you can only apply for certain jobs, so you have to actually legally change your name. And to be honest, after I changed my name, I started getting every single job interview I applied for, but before I was always denied job interviews.
Yeah.
So this is actually really like a brave thing. Yeah.
And no, and to comment on that, I also think that it's tragically that, I mean, that you have fled countries where you have, arrive here like in Denmark alone, and now I'm also talking about on a general level and a general perspective for our members being queer people on the run, that it would require to leave your biological family and also your local network and the society in where you grew up. And it's not that you kind of make a family reunification afterwards. I mean, you have to build a new life totally on your own. So also be taking away also your name like that, and also navigating your queer identity at the same time, and also is so internalized that what our members have dealt with on their body in terms of torture and stuff like that because of who they are. And I just I will definitely hand over another question for you, Neil, because just to touch upon what Mohammed said, because it's also one thing how to be decoded in society at large, but I also know that some of you, especially some of you with an Arabic background, even in the queer community, are also being addressed. How can you even be a queer person? How can you be gay? So a lot of our members have experienced that they cannot really belong anywhere because of how they are being perceived as embodied in, being the Arab man or the Muslim man. So we can touch upon that, but I will also hand over the question to you. If you could then take it further, also what is needed, for you also to feel a sense of security and what you would wish for the future. And then you can just put what you want in that question. And then afterwards, I would like a few perspectives from you again, Rige. Thank you.
So I will start with what I wanted actually to talk when you were commenting on Mohammed's story. Actually, big part of being a refugee, especially queer refugee or Syrian refugee, if you fled from war or for your sexual identity, each one of every single refugee I met, including me, including him, including a lot of people who from the organization, they witnessed someone who got killed for any reason just because they don't fit the image of the society they live in. Every one of them. So when you come to a new country, when you come to Denmark, but one of the things that you actually struggle a lot with is like the memory of those people that you know, people you cared about, people you loved, and you see them got killed in front of you, and they're absolutely hopeless. So you have to navigate through this, and you have to figure out a way to be part of this community you live in. Of course, Denmark is considered one of the happiest countries, just for some reason. I'm still trying to figure out. I'm still. If someone know, please tell me. So when you're trying to see like everyone positive, and from my perspective, I didn't meet a lot of Danish people who have as heavy problems as we came from. They never faced the same amount of actually struggle and real fear as we faced to. So when you have to try to figure out, okay, I need to overcome my emotional baggage and the trauma I have, But at the same time, I need to try to be a positive person and person who bring always fun and good energy to the party. But then you go back home and you just like cry your heart out because you don't know what to do. This is always a conflict that we always actually go through. Yeah, of course.
They always said that you are dramatic. I mean, I have my friend, he's Danish, he's rich man, and he's unfollow me on Instagram because you are so much dramatic, Muhammad. You spoke about, I have a problem, I'm making a lot of positive thing in my Instagram. But also, you cannot listen to me. He is going to his summer house, he cannot hear the dramatic. So it's like, why we are here together as LGBT people, at least if we cannot help each other, It's like, why I have to be dramatic? I'm not bringing this drama, I'm not creating drama. This is a drama I live with, and I'm trying to get out. Help me if you want, or he left.
But to be honest, drama, I think it's the wrong label. It's a trauma, I believe. But it's a real issue, actually. A lot of people live with, and really you see if you go to anywhere, if you go to school or for job interviews, you don't need to have a special treatment for this, because every person on earth, even in this room, everyone will have their own trauma. And for you, this trauma is actually a really, really big issue in your life. But you don't like to share it, you don't like to explain yourself, but maybe just being able to be yourself, and you see people who recognize this into you and just appreciate you for you and not just judge you on it. What was your question?
That was it. Thank you for that, Neil. But it's also what is needed for you to feel like a sense of exactly what you're saying, Mohammed, security, and what do you wish for the future?
Oh yeah, I remember it now.
Yes.
So, as refugee, we live here in Denmark, and all of us, we have permanent to be in Denmark for 2 years and have to renew it constantly every 2 years. Any professional person know, if you're applying for a job in a company or education, no one will take you seriously or give you full-time contract because you have 2 years, because they are not sure, are you going to be here? Okay, if we hired you, how much responsibility we can give you? What if we gave you a high responsibility in the company, but then you cannot renew your permit to be in Denmark? So you always have this conflict that you don't feel 100% secure financially or in your professional career, which for me, for example, I'm one of the people, I really like to be very professional in my life, which really affect my self-ego, because I want to prove myself, I want to have really high responsibility, but at the same time, and especially if something you really love doing, and you feel, okay, you are limited for this. First we arrived to Denmark, it was actually 5 years permit that you can stay in Denmark, but then of course they changed the rules, and I don't know if it's going to be changed again and again and again. And of course you have this 2 years, but you have to apply to renew it 6 months before it ended. And then you have to wait around 6 months before you get it. So you basically have it for 1 year actually. And of course if you want to travel, if you want to have a holiday, for me, I'm a refugee, I cannot actually have any vacation outside Europe. I'm so jealous of all my Danish friends, they just go everywhere they want. And like, I really want to go see this country, I want to go to a warm country, but of course I can't. No, it's really struggle. Like I'm a Middle Eastern person. I need some real sun. I want to be burned. I just get red here. I want to be tan again, but yeah. So these things it's really have impact on us as people, because you wish like to pursue a really serious job or serious education even. Like a lot of people, any education in Denmark, if you have top up education, it's usually 3.5 years. But then, if you have only 2 years of permit to be in Denmark, that's most of the schools will say, well, I don't think you can actually pursue this education. Even if you have refugee status and they are very full aware, they cannot just send you back to your home. But just when you lose this refugee status, then you have to wait until you proceed your education, or you have to pause your education, then you can come back, and of course you will be studying with absolutely different people, and you forgot a lot of the things you were studying because, well, you had to take this off time from the school. So this is one of the things I really wish if it actually changed. Like, I understand some people still struggling to take an active part in the community, but if someone taking or doing their best to be an active part, to leave an impact, I think this should be we should look at them with more open-minded and more tender hearts. Like, we really appreciate, like, okay, those people are actually doing their best. especially you fighting all your demons at the same time, but you really want to leave an impact. So I think this is my perspective on what kind of change I wish to. Like, just make us feel more secure, so at least we can secure our professional careers and education, like anyone else would actually want in life.
And I also want to, before I address a question to you, I need some perspective from you, Rike. Yeah. No, then go first, Mohammed, before I say something. Yeah. I think
because
you should.
what we need as LGBT people in Denmark, we need nationality. And when all my friends everywhere now they have nationality, and I'm still a refugee forever, it's not fair. Why I come to Denmark? I choose Denmark because it was the first country allowed to LGBT people to marry. And after I noticed that the last country gave it nationality for them. You know, it is why like this. You know, this is like the thing is like, I mean, even permanent residency. I mean, okay, nationality, okay, permanent residency. I have to just feel like I'm here, not like what he said. I cannot get job. I also like lost job from IKEA because of the passport. Also, I was not renew my passport, and they like what he said. Take 6 months to renew, 6 months to back. You have 1 year, and now I have to renew. Actually, I didn't even use it for anything. I just like, but you have a lot of things to do, and when you give it a job, no, sorry, we cannot give you the job. You have no passport. Okay, why you ask us to work and you don't also make it easy for us to work? You know, like it is something. You feel like you are just suffering, not like we have a lot of suffering in our country. We need to feel more safe here as LGBT people. We come here to just start a new life, not to start a new war. You know, like with a different thing. And I hope the politicians, they will, who are go. I saw some of them. They go to Qatar to fight for our right. We are here in your country. Fight for us. You know, we are here. We don't feel safe. We don't have stability. And like what he said, if I go even to Egypt when I'm Danish or I will feel strong. My country fight for me. I will not be scared. The Egyptian police, they will take me to because I'm LGBT person or in, you know, I can see my family. I don't see my family from certain years. My dad have cancer. I cannot even see him. So it's like, okay, I cannot see my family also. Even I cannot bring him to visit me like 1 week at least. I mean, this is all thing like, you know, people, they don't feel it when they don't have the same problem. Yeah, this is the thing, you know, just I want to.
And what I want to just also draw your attention to is that we also experience in our group a lot of re-traumatizing. So that means that, I mean, when you apply for asylum, you have to go over and over and over and over again for so many different interviews, for many hours for the authorities of what you have experienced and the persecution that you have felt and been exposed to. And then after that, then when you try to build your new life in Denmark and you are trying to get better, then when you have to kind of reapply or when you have to renegotiate your asylum, then many of our members, they go through that process again. And we have seen also examples of people that are starting to doing really good in Denmark, also on their mental well-being and integration and work, just being like, just like what is addressed here, then they're out of work, they are losing their job because of that, and we have examples of a few of our members going direct back to like even getting worse and admitted to mental hospitals and so, because I mean it's so super hard on them. So I also want to ask you, Rike, because you have also with your research and your material, I know that is also a topic that you have addressed a lot and that your interviewees did respond to. And that will be kind of rounding up, and then maybe we have like 2 minutes for questions. Yeah. So please also include, because as you know, we are wrapping 3 questions in one right now.
Yes.
You might not know, but we know.
Yes. So I think I can say when I talk to the people in my interviews, what comes up all the time is the permanent residency or nationality. That's a big goal for the future, or something that would help to feel a bit more secure being here. But we have also heard anti-Muslim racism in general, big topic for many people, with the name thing, but also more bluntly being attacked on the streets, people shouting at you when you dress flamboyantly or the like, which I think happens maybe it's more provocative for a person that you perceive to be a foreigner to dare to dress queer than for the white queers. At least that's how I heard it in the interviews that I did. And maybe it's important also to mention that we are many different people in LGBT asylum and in the queer community, so obviously the different letters in the queer umbrella have different needs. So for trans and non-binary folks, gender affirmative care is also something that is an issue, very, very hard to get on hormones, for instance, in the asylum procedure. I would even go so far as almost impossible if you haven't started before you left your country. And the same with HIV medicine, actually. You can only get the HIV medicine in the Danish asylum camps if you have gotten it before. Otherwise, it's not considered... it's not part of the health care package for asylum seekers, which the AIDS Foundation in Denmark is also very much working on trying to change that. The temporal aspect of the 2 years, we've talked about that. And I think also just a big class issue of living in a very rich country and being on a very low refugee allowance. And then, maybe I will say what I wanted to say for the last question as well.
Yes, please do.
Which is, also as a queer community, we need to be better in including people, and inclusion isn't just, the door entrance is free if you are, for example, a member of LGBT asylum. People also need to get to the place where the event is, which is mostly Copenhagen, sometimes Aarhus. Trains are expensive. Accommodation might not be available if you don't have a great network. So people... if you want to do something, think about it in a holistic way, I would say. And it is good for people to be part of communities. That's also something I hear a lot. LGBT asylum is mentioned as a family for a lot of the people I talked with. And I think we need more of this, or try to be in solidarity with each other, especially in times like this where there's a huge backlash against LGBT people around the world and also trans people in Denmark, and you all know what I'm talking about.
Thank you for that, Riga. And then, Mohammed, you also have something you want to share?
A small point is like when it's like what we said before. It's not easy to get job. Sometimes because of your name. Sometimes if you are gay, even if Arabic company, for example, they will not hire you. I have this experience here. I'm talking because when I work with Arabic and they notice I'm gay, they put me out. In IKEA, even IKEA, big company, I get also like homophobic group and they put me out. A lot of things you have to, because they don't like you as Muhammad, also I was like Muhammad who working in IKEA, and they don't like that. The jealousy thing, this is something, people, they don't feel it, And for example, I want you, every one of you, put yourself as a refugee now, and you cannot find a job very easy, and you find a job now, but you get out because of some homophobic or racist people. You back to the Comuna, job center, hey, you want to take the money and go back to your company, your country. What is the question I have to hear as a refugee and LGBT person? I mean, make you feel like all what you was fight is make it very cheap with money. It's like I'm just coming to get the money and back, This is not the reason why I come to Denmark. And you need to take this and back, and you will. It is like like this. And even if you cannot get job for a long time, even if you you have to speak Danish talk Danish, finish the school, I think the Model 3, Dance 3, and you have to work 4 years without any help. Okay, but even if I don't learn Danish very fast, I have maybe mental problem. I have PTSD. They don't add this thing for the rule. They make all the rules for everyone, like any normal one who have to finish, even very difficult for any normal person. So someone who have all this suffering, at least take it easy with them. You have to learn. It's like you have to forget all your dramatic life in the war in Syria and your fight in Syria. And now you have to learn Danish. Okay, I'm learning Danish. I have no problem with that. But everyone have different. Also, you can learn fast. Someone he can learn slowly. This is also make more pressure for you. Like to be in the. It's not easy to get job without Danish language, and maybe it should be also make something for LGBT people who refugee they get job faster. Some company they can be easy with them. They can be more understanding. It will help more. I hope.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. I'm on, right? Yeah. So what you have also talked about here is also, the requirements that you have to live up to. The laws and the rules and regulations. And one thing that is also very important, like you also touch upon, is the access to work. And we know that is a very, very essential factor. I have to say, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. In my rounding up, I will mention where you can meet us again. But before I do that, I just want to make sure that all of you have said for this limited amount of time what you wanted to say for this panel now. Oh yeah, you want to have that addressed. That is, as we are here at Pride, Mohammed, what support would you wish from the queer community? And you have to only use 15 seconds. Yes. Because
I just want to say that LGBT people who come as a refugee to Denmark, they are not like Danish people who grew up in the family who are understanding LGBT people. And we have no family like them. We left our country, we left our family. So in general, I want for LGBT people, please support each other, because we are also less in the world, and we need to support each other instead of fight or jealousy in the work and everything. And we need from the Danish people, LGBT people to also support us in this way, because we have no family, we have no friend, we have no country. You are our family, you are our friend, and you are our new. This is what I mean when we need to have more hands and think to stand up again and feel more safe and feel like we are really inside this country. We are belong to this country. Thank you so much.
So I want to say thank you so much to the panelists for sharing their knowledge and also their experiences with us. Then I will also say that tomorrow we do have a book panel about our new book that we did, and it's called Rooting in Quicksand. And you can also meet both Mohammed and Neil in the book, as long as tomorrow, alongside other members of LGBT Asylum, we have a debate at 3 o'clock in the Human Rights Debate Tent, addressing the issues in the book. From Thursday till Saturday, you can also meet some of our members and hear more about LGBT Asylum, and that's in the community area here at Pride Square. Thank you! Where we have our tent, and some of our activists and volunteers will be there from Thursday till Saturday. And lastly, but not least, you're also very welcome to walk with us in the Pride March, and you can find information on our SoMe platforms. And I also want to thank you very much for being here with us today, and then I just want to wish everyone a great Pride Week. Thank you.
your blessings with your heartaches too. It's so easy and so wonderful to know it's you. From the highest mountain to the deepest well, I never thought I'd be the one to tell. It's so easy and so wonderful beneath your spell. Bright is the shadow that my true love casts. Dark is the light he shares. If I could only have one more night, I'd forgive him, I swear. I swear. I So come on, let's make this new moon shine all day. Let's make this world do everything you say. It's so easy and so wonderful to feel this way, to feel this way.
such a waste. such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I'm in the groove. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall and parachute behind me. Feeling like a stranger on a foreign land. Far away, far away, far away. I could get along, could be a different man. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I'm in the groove. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall and parachute behind me. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I'm in the groove. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall and parachute behind me.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sound. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade.
It's too early, you're going all quiet. We'll give it one more minute before we start, so please keep the chatter going.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the last event here in today's program on the human rights program of Copenhagen Pride. My name is Bo. I'm a volunteer here. I'm just here to run around with a microphone if needed. This event is about LGBTQ plus inclusion in the workplace, organized by Boston Consulting Group, and I will let them introduce the event. Thank you. Oh, sorry, one more thing. It's being live streamed on YouTube. The camera is only filming what's up here, so when you're sitting there, you're not being filmed. If you want to ask a question and don't want to be on the audio, we can also you can ask the question to me, and I can repeat it if that is what you want. Thank you.
Thank you so much for organizing, and thank you so much for having us. And thank you so much, everybody, for coming. It's so nice to see so many people being interested in LGBTQ plus inclusion in the workplace. This is obviously quite a big topic that impacts a lot of us and a lot of people across the country, since many people are working at a workplace. Now, we will today present some numbers that shows that it's very, very relevant to talk about LGBTQ plus inclusion in the workplace. Things are not going quite as well as we'd hoped to, and sort of the overall purpose of this session is really to have a little bit of a discussion around that, and hopefully together come up with some ideas of how we can make things better. So what we're going to go through in the next sort of 45 minutes is in a moment. We'll share a little bit about why Boston Consulting Group, or BCG, is here today, who we are, and how we sort of engage with this topic more generally. Then we'll show a little bit of data that we have collected and published in a report about 6 months ago with LGBT plus Denmark on this specific topic, inclusion in the workplace. And finally, we'll get to a panel debate where we have more people joining us up here, and that's where we would really like you to engage as well. So, throughout the talk here, of course, at any moment in time, feel free to sort of raise your hand, stand up and jump and shout if you would like to give a comment or if you have a question. But if you would like to do so in a more sort of subtle way, you can also use the QR code here on the screen. You can sort of snap it already now. And that should give you access to a Slido where you can type in a question. And then I'll at some point get around to actually looking at all the questions coming in and we'll address them. Now, the next thing I would like to ask is Managing Director and Partner with BCG, Gertifin Lakholm, on giving us a little introduction to, well, who we are and why we're here today.
Thank you, Martin. Do you want me to use the mic? Can I speak loudly enough to... Yeah. Let me have a go without the mic. No, with the mic. Let me have a go with the mic. Den er tændt. Yeah, you hear me? Wonderful. Well, firstly, thank you all for showing up. It's beyond our expectations to see such a lovely filled room today with many curious faces. My name is Gerti. I'm a partner managing director in the Copenhagen office of BCG, and I also lead our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiative and program across all of the region in BCG. So BCG, very briefly, we are a consultancy. We advise mostly companies, but also non-for-profit organizations and public sectors on everything from strategy to transformation. And we have a huge passion for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Every year, we dedicate an amount of our time as consultants to this purpose. That means we work in a non-for-profit sense with organizations that strive to, just like us, make the world a better place. It can be within climate, it can be within children's rights and welfare, and it's also very much within diversity, equity, and inclusion. That means we run a number of cases that we call a project, more than 1,000 on a global scale. It means we deploy our consultants on these cases. And it's actually one of the most passionate things that people join BCG for, that is to be part of these social impact cases. If you move on, I can just make a few kind of like pinpoints on things we have been working on. And a key component of what we do is we bring insights to light. That means we go out and we find data. We'll share some of it with you today. And we seek to bring it up to a level where we can engage on a conversation and drive real change. And we've done that over the years on, LGBTQ plus matters. We've done it on gender diversity. We've done it on climate. And most recently this year, if you pop to the next one, please, Martin, we've done it together with LGBT plus Denmark. We did a report back earlier in the year. And it's from that report we'll share some of these staggering news and a huge call for action. Thanks again all for coming today. We've been looking tremendously forward on behalf of the whole group of BCGers who have been involved in getting ready for today. And we really urge you all to have an open discussion and help make a real change on this important matter. I'll hand over to you, Martin.
Thank you, Gertie. And so with that smooth handover, we'll then dive into data and real numbers. And I'll do my best to make it as alive as possible. I think generally DE&I topics are becoming more and more important. And they are so obviously because there's sort of a big kind of human incentive here, right? It's the right thing to do to make sure that everybody is kind of able to show up to their workplace as who they are and perform their jobs. But in conversations with companies, some of the numbers that we have here on the slide is also really part of that argumentation. So we see that companies who put an effort on diversity, equity, and inclusion, both on LGBTQ plus topics, but also gender that Gertie was referring to, ethnicity, and sort of the wider spectrum, they really see an uplift in innovation. They have a bit of sort of talent attraction, especially from the younger part of the population, is really demanding a focus on D&I topics. And we also see actually better decision making in companies that have a focus on this. So of course for companies like the higher EBIT margin over here on the right is something very tangible for most leaders. Now this can never stand alone. Right? It comes back to what I said before, that irrespective of all these numbers, the important thing is the human angle, right? It's the human perspective, it's the right thing to do. But it doesn't hurt to have these numbers sort of to back it up. Right, so with these numbers in mind, we were engaged by LGBT plus Denmark, which is a not-for-profit organization working here in Denmark for LGBTQ plus rights. And they have sort of experienced an increasing demand for companies who are becoming aware of all the benefits of focusing on these topics, but who are not really aware of how to do it. So we set out to help this organization kind of structure how do you actually lift inclusion of LGBTQ plus people in the workplace. And we did this by making sort of a broad survey to kind of measure how things are really going in the Danish workplaces. And then, of course, to try and come up with some solutions. And I think what I have here on the slide are really quite some staggering numbers that I think we all need to take in a little bit. Now, 81% of LGBTQ plus employees have in the last 2 years experienced some form of discrimination. And I'll get into sort of what we mean here by discrimination. It's as you'll see, it's a very broad spectrum, right? But they have either experienced or witnessed anything from sort of like derogatory speech to, sexual harassment, simply because of their sexual identity or their gender identity. Now, with this number being so high, it's quite surprising that 4 in 5 companies have yet sort of to implement any initiatives that will really make a difference for this group of employees. And that's, of course, why the conversation here today is so important. Now, let me dive a little bit into the numbers here. So, as mentioned, we did a survey of a group of both LGBTQ plus individuals in Denmark and a group of non-LGBTQ plus individuals in Denmark. And we saw that 81% of these individuals have experienced or witnessed some form of discrimination. Like I said, it's a very wide span, but what is really staggering here is that 72% of these said that this has had a direct negative impact on their well-being at work. Right? So these are things that are not just mere jokes that we can all laugh at the coffee machine. These are things that actually impact people in their everyday work. When we then switch the focus a little bit, and okay, now we should have had the how do you say, the screen a little bit further down, you would see that now we're actually looking at the non-LGBTQ plus population. And here we see, here we see that also a very large share of these have had experiences or either experienced themselves or witnessed, and of course, most of these people, they have witnessed something relating to LGBTQ plus identity. And again, for a share of these, this had this had a rather large negative impact on their well-being as well. So even if you're not actually part of the LGBTQ community, people are still impacted when there is not sort of inclusion for this group in their workplace. Now, if we then double down on what people actually experience, we had, as you can see, a rather long list of all kinds of situations that people could tick yes or no to having experienced in their workplace. And they're kind of falling into 5 overall buckets. With derogatory dialogue, that's mostly the, what could be perceived as a joke. Relating to sexuality or gender identity, that's sort of one bucket. We have job-related restrictions that can be, for instance, being forced to wear a work uniform that is gendered. Right? For some people, that is actually a restriction for them in having that particular job. Prejudice and exclusion relates to sort of understandings of like aspirations for family structure or inappropriate sexual questions. I think many of us who are part of the LGBTQ plus community have probably been at some company party at some point in our lives where we've been asked weird questions, let me put it like that. Lack of support is sort of the 4th box here, and this is quite a serious one. This is the moment I, in my company, have experienced something. I go to my manager and I say, I have experienced X, Y, Z. And the manager in this moment in time says, oh, they probably didn't mean anything by it. It was just a joke. In that sense, not really taking it seriously, which in turn kind of makes it double discrimination. Right? First, you're being discriminated against by your colleague, and then again by your manager. The 5th and final box we have here is sexual harassment, where, as you will see, we actually see, surprisingly, a higher incidence among the LGBTQ plus community. So if we look at the numbers of what people actually experience, I think it's not surprising that the derogatory dialogue is what's been experienced or witnessed by most people. Right? Some might say that this is also, or at least can be, in one of the more sort of less severe transgressions that you can experience. However, if it happens to 75%, as we see here, of all the people who have actually that have been surveyed, then this is really a big problem that we must address. Now, coming then to the solutions, because that's of course what we really want to talk about today. When we set out to do the analysis that I'm describing to you here, we kind of put potential solutions into 4 different boxes. Policies, I think that speaks for itself. Do you have the anti-discrimination policies in place that also sort of single out the needs of LGBTQ plus individuals? But it also relates to equal parental leave policies. And it also relates to sort of supporting people going through gender transitioning. That particular thing gives sort of specific requirements for people to have medical appointments or maybe have a little bit of flexibility around sort of the big mental thing it is to go through that transition. Do you have policies in place or not to address that? Operations, that's sort of anything from like how's your HR set up to handle these topics? How is your recruitment if you have that kind of function set up? Do you have the physical settings in your companies? Do you have like the gender neutral bathrooms and these sort of things? People development. this relates to sort of collegial support. So do you have, for instance, a Pride network, as we have in BCG, that supports the colleagues? And do you have initiatives that will help educate your non-LGBTQ plus individuals on sort of the specific needs and requirements? And then finally, of course, leadership. Is leadership really showing up and showing commitment to this topic, both internally and also externally in the company? What we found is that there is a number of things where a lot of people say, if we had this would have a high impact on sort of my well-being at work. It would make it a lot easier for me as an LGBTQ plus individual to feel included. And sort of the overall buckets here, I think we can in a moment sort of get into discussing a little bit the nitty-gritty parts of it, but sort of the two categories that really stands out here is around policies, which is such a basic thing that most HR functions in a company should be able to sort of take action on. And then it's around leadership. How does leadership show support for this particular group? Is it something they are sort of able to put on the agenda and create an atmosphere that says that, you know, we expect LGBTQ plus inclusion to be part of our day-to-day work here? All right. This was a little bit on the findings in the report. Obviously, the full report is available online. Maybe I'll say it as we finish this, so you can Google in case you want to see more. But the next thing we would now like to do with all of you is to sort of get into discussing the solutions here. And for this, I would like sort of the panelists to please join me up here on stage. So if you each take a chair.
Very nice romantic music background.
Yes.
Suspense is building up.
I paid them a lot of money to keep that going throughout. Okay, so with me now, we have 4 people from BCG sort of representing different areas of our company. We already introduced Gati, who is our managing director and partner, but also is sort of the diversity, equity, and inclusion lead for the EMESA region of Copenhagen. She is as well a senior ally of our Pride at BCG network. We then have Niklas Krog, consultant with the Boston Consulting Group, and he is as well sort of here in the function of an ally of the LGBTQ plus network, which are our Pride at BCG network. We have then Nathan Rarick, project leader, and a senior member of our Pride at BCG network. And then we have Juliane Martin, consultant, and she is our node for the Pride network here in Copenhagen. Thank you all for coming. All right, so before we sort of get jumping on the questions, remember throughout you can use this QR code. Here's a little bit again of a way for you to snap it. I'll just leave this screen up with you. Sorry, I should maybe actually at some point have introduced myself. My name is Martin Reichardt. I'm a consultant as well, and I will be now moderating the panel debate here. I'm also a member of the Pride at BCG network. So to sort of get us going, and while everybody starts typing questions on your phones or getting ready to sort of raise your hand, I'll open up with a question for each of you. So Juliane, why don't you go first? And I wonder sort of when you first joined BCG, we have this Pride at BCG network. And I know you joined quite quickly because we joined BCG together and we joined the Pride Network together. But maybe you can share with everybody a little bit what it meant to you to actually have this kind of network.
Just, okay, testing that the microphone works. So as Martin said, I think I joined week 2 after I joined BCG. And already during the interview process, I was asking like actively, what do you have in the company and how does it work? And then reaching out back then actually to Nathan, who was the node back then. But to the question why and what it meant. So, I mean, apart from this topic being very relevant to me, but also very important to me, it kind of gave me a first home. And maybe also to explain, I started right at the beginning of COVID. So Denmark went into lockdown one day after I joined the office. It was great. But it gave me kind of the opportunity to connect with colleagues where I felt maybe a little bit safer, because I knew kind of whatever question I ask, they've probably experienced sometimes awkward situations themselves, so no one would judge me as much. And I'm not saying that like our allies are constantly judging us. I think it's just something psychologically that was important for me, and I could imagine like fellow LGBTQ plus people have the same experience. So I think that was it in the beginning, and then also within these COVID restrictions, we were still able, because our network was a bit smaller back then, we were able to actually meet up. So it gave me the social surrounding I needed to actually get my footing in the job, besides professional. And as we kind of, I think, stated several times, in order to really excel in your job, you need that social security, you need that social interaction that just makes you beyond good, that makes you stellar in whatever you do. Yep.
All right. Why don't we jump, just to make things complicated, to the other end of the table. So Gertie, for you, as I mentioned, you are sort of the EMISA D&I lead, right? So you are invested in a lot of the D&I topics, and of course also specifically the LGBTQ plus agenda. Now, for you, this is something that you sort of, it's not part of your, core job. You could get around without having to sort of put in all this extra effort. So for you, what is it that make you kind of want to put in all this extra effort to ensure inclusion in the workplace for a lot of different groups?
You said it before yourself, Martin, right? It's because it's the only right thing to do. And it's our obligation as a company to make sure that our workplace is a place where everyone feels included and wants to go to work and be themselves. I think I can put it that simply. And maybe if I do build it out a little bit, inclusion to me is the foundation for everything we do, whether it's for LGBTQ+, whether it's for our other minorities or the majority of people that we have in our company. So it all starts with inclusion and builds out from there.
Thank you. All right, let's jump back into the actual Pride at BCG sort of membership. And Nathan, for you, so you've been part of the LGBTQ plus group in BCG, so the Pride at BCG. Can you maybe share a specific sort of impactful or happy moment where you really felt it mattered a lot to have this network?
Yeah, definitely. So BCG is not an easy place to work all the time. And there's a lot of stress and a lot of demands from the job. And of course, many of us at different points in our career think of leaving. And I can think of a moment that I chose not to leave specifically because I was engaged by members of Pride at BCG actually outside of our office walls in Copenhagen. So when I joined BCG, I was the only out member of consulting staff here in Copenhagen. That has thankfully changed. There's so many now, which is amazing. But the Pride Network goes so far beyond our walls, right? It's a global organization, and we're a global consulting firm, right? So I immediately had mentors all over the globe who I could talk to, not only when I had issues with something LGBT related, but also just career advice and having that extra set of hands and minds to guide me through my career and the tough choices that I was making. And also, of course, this was during COVID. So I joined before COVID, but when I really was having a difficult time was during COVID, when we didn't have a lot of the social activities. And a member who's now the head of Pride in the same region that you're the head of DE&I, which is a very large swath of the world, reached out to me and basically asked me to be a member of his leadership team and focus on affiliation, because that's the thing that I was struggling with the most, is affiliation with my fellow LGBT LGBTQ plus folks. And it was a really impactful moment and a role that I still hold today.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing, Nathan. That leaves Niklas. It does indeed. So I think now we've heard sort of both from somebody who kind of has the leadership pole and needs to step in front and lead the way for the entire company, and we've heard from people who are part of the Pride at BCG membership. You're an ally, so you're not in that way a part of the Pride at BCG network. So what does it mean for someone like you in a more sort of junior role as well, knowing that you are sort of showing up for work at a company that clearly puts some sort of effort on LGBTQ plus inclusion?
So there are different elements to it, I'd say. So first of all, I think that the fact that BCG focuses so much on D&I and allyship and inclusion and all this makes it a great platform to learn a lot about it. It's very, very easy to learn a lot about this entire topic. It's very, very easy to get engaged. And that's a massive plus for me at BCG. It was very easy for me to get engaged and start trying to make a difference. And that means a lot to me. And I think another thing is that, driving allyship is really key to allyship is key to driving inclusion, I think. And there's this great quote that we often use at BCG. I don't remember who said it, but that diversity is being invited to the party and inclusion is being asked to dance. And I just really want to work at a place where, where we do so much to make sure that everyone gets up on the dance floor.
What a fitting quote for Pride Week. Like, make sure you invite somebody to dance throughout the entire week, right? Sorry for being impolite and staring at my phone while you are answering, but that's because that's where all the Slido questions are coming in. And so I'm really happy to see that you're engaging. Please, as well, if you have anything, feel free as well just to raise your hand. That's completely fine. I'll be looking out as well. I think one of the questions that came in, and I would like to just kind of split it a little bit. Maybe Nathan, you go first. What is it that sort of the Pride at BCG network or BCG as a company has actually done that really had a positive impact on inclusion? What are some of the initiatives that you have seen that really makes a difference for you?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I can talk a little bit about what BCG has done even over the past few years. So we started the Pride at BCG group in, I think the early 90s. So it's been around for a long time. But of course, at that time, it was started by people who look a lot like me, cis white men. It was mainly for that group. And this whole inclusion aspect has really exploded, I think, not only in the consciousness of people globally, but also within BCG. And the good thing that we do is whenever we get data, we use it. So we kind of figured out what does our membership look like, and then actually now we're designing yearly conferences around the world where we have basically ideas being generated by those folks on what we can do for panel discussions like this, cases or projects that we can run. How can we include people more in areas where we don't already have, the check marks of gender neutral bathrooms and things like this? How do we get those to the forefront of the facilities agenda? So both internally and externally, I think we're working kind of from all angles to rapidly increase inclusion. And I think what we're seeing is actually, and we run a mentorship program as well with inclusion in mind. What we're seeing is when we used to have above average rates of attrition amongst LGBTI people in BCG, now we have below average rates. So people who are LGBT plus actually stay at BCG longer than their non-LGBTQ plus counterparts, which is kind of a testament to the network itself, I think.
Okay. So I think, I know this is going to be really bad for the camera, but it seems that having this kind of network is so crucial. So maybe just by a show of hands or something, how many of you in the companies where you work have this type of LGBTQ plus network? Okay, I'd say roughly about half or so. Okay, interesting. Right, so maybe just to be fair, let me kind of flip that question around as well, maybe to you, Juliane. Like, what is it that we are sort of not doing yet that you think we should be doing in a company like BCG to further the inclusion even more?
Yeah. So I think I'm taking a quite Copenhagen-focused view here because that's what I'm thinking about mostly, and then of course it spreads a bit into the Nordics. So apologies if this is not a full global coverage now. But I think one of the things that we're focusing on now is actually growing our allyship kind of network and inclusion. And I mean, as Nicholas said, it's so important, right? Just to spread this mental load, and it can be like learning events, but also now the Pride Parade coming up. It has been such a support having this network in our backs. So that's a huge point. I know there are still some policies under discussion. I think the London office started a bit, and of course then depending on each country you need to look into the specifics, but I'm talking about policies, what you mentioned, like for people being in transition, are there specific work models we can leverage? Because they are under different circumstances. They might need a different work model, different flexibility. And I'm not always saying just reduced hours, right? It's just depending on which stage they're at, that there's a different support for them. Certain healthcare policies I know that we're discussing which go beyond parental leave. So for example, egg freezing and so on. So I think there's always room to grow, right? But I would say those are some of the focus areas that I know that we're looking at in the Nordics right now. And then there can always be more exchange, I think, between leadership and us as employees. So just to name a few.
Okay, so it seems allyship is high on the agenda here, and just to sort of play out the game I initiated a moment ago, where roughly half of you had a Pride at BCG network, or not Pride at BCG, Pride at whatever your companies are, networks. How many of them are sort of actively engaging allies also? Okay. Maybe not all of the half, but pretty good actually. So then let's take one of the other questions that have just come in, and maybe that's for you, Niklas, since you are here as an ally. What does it take to be a good ally?
I think that's a super good question, and I think it's a difficult question. I think there's so many different things that you can do. You can start by educating yourself, both by doing it yourself, reading articles, reading books, listening to podcasts, watching TED Talks. There's so many things you can do to educate yourself. Engage in discussions, both one-on-one with people to like get that closer feeling of people's experiences and their obstacles, but also like in larger groups like we're doing right now. Then I think another one I also want to highlight is that when you see any kind of discrimination, like speak out, speak up, stand up. And it's also important because it's so difficult. It's important to raise because it's so difficult. And personally, I also have issues doing this. It takes a lot of courage to stand up in the group, in a group in the workplace, and confront someone who may just have done something that's not okay. But I think it's important that we focus on it because I really think it means a lot. And also, speaking of actions that might not be entirely okay, I think another thing you can do other than standing up to whoever did this is showing your support to the people who might feel offended by this action, and then validating their feelings, and making sure that if they show up to a manager who says he or she probably didn't mean it like that, they don't feel gaslighted. They have their feelings have been validated. I also think that means a lot. Yeah, just to mention a few examples.
If I just may add one, right? I mean, show up, right? You showed up today. I know some of my friends showed up. And I think that's just allyship in itself, because it's sometimes you don't need to do actually anything, right? It's just sometimes nice not to stand there alone.
Any other inputs on how to be a good ally? I'll let you kind of sit with that thought a little bit.
I have one, if nobody in the audience does. So I think for me, the most important thing is that, I mean, I'm out. Everybody at BCG, let's say, knows that I'm part of the community, right? And maybe that means that they say certain things or don't say certain things when I'm in the room. But in rooms that I'm not there, that Juliana's not there, that members of the Pride community aren't there, but you are, or other allies are, advocating on behalf of people who don't look like you or share your beliefs is important, whatever the discriminated group is, when you're only in a group with like-minded people, right? When you don't have somebody from that community in the room to share their views or their opinions or stand up for themselves, you doing it on behalf of that group is critical to changing hearts and minds. Even when those people, don't want to speak their mind in front of folks like me, they will often speak it in front of allies, not knowing that that person should and will stand up on behalf of LGBTQ rights.
Thank you. Right, another question that sort of came in, and maybe this is directed to you, Goethe, since you've been in the room with so many leaders across companies. Some of the solutions that we already had on the board up here earlier are, you would say, kind of a low lift, right? Some of them are pretty easy, and Juliana even just highlighted that the fact that you just show up, already that is something you can do. But still, so many leaders are not actually taking action on this. So what do you think is sort of what's stopping them?
Well, firstly, let me start by making clear that these are possibly reasons, but not excuses, and certainly, not something that can be explained away. The first one is about priorities. As a top leader, as a CEO, you have a myriad of things that are important. So as you look through your list, right, you got to make the right choices. You got to do it with your values. You got to do it with your intuition, and make sure DE&I and, for instance, the LGBTQ plus community is up there. So that's one driver for sure. A second one is the fear of saying stupid things, the fear of engaging. There's a little bit of what you in Danish would call berøringsangst. So fear of actually plunging in and engaging on a topic because you might look like a fool, you might say something stupid. So I think that is still there to some extent amongst Danish companies. I'd imagine those are probably the two main reasons. Either there's too much stuff going on or you're not comfortable with it. And of course, none of them are reasons why you shouldn't do it. But that's holding some back, yeah.
So then maybe the flip side really to that question, since we work with a lot of different companies, and we also help them sort of get started on this journey. So what are some of the things we can really do? And some of the points we can maybe raise with leadership to actually get them to show up and take action and put it there on the agenda. What do we need to kind of drive that change?
I mean, it's very easy to take a gloomy outlook. And when you look at the numbers that we had up there previously, right, 4 out of 5 either directly experiencing or witnessing discriminatory actions, that's horrific. But there's been a huge change. And if I take the glass half full approach, then I do see a big shift amongst our clients, about companies that we're engaging in. And there are some really easy things, as we also saw in the chart before, right? It was a busy one. The purple one, I believe, was the policies one, right? So really, it's a pretty easy thing to go through your list of policies with kind of like a magnifying glass and looking for inclusion. That should be a no-regret move and something every company should do. The leadership point, despite many conflicting priorities, should also be up there. Showing up, I mean, that's not too hard, of course. CEOs and other leaders have busy diaries, but this is at the core of what matters, and also it drives business value. So I think it is simply about being pragmatic about it and going through the list, the different buckets, and making a plan and remembering that every little thing matters. You may not need to do a transformation overnight, but start in the small.
And here's like a personal follow-up question from my side. So in the beginning of this, I made it quite clear that like there's a strong sort of human incentive, obviously, to drive this agenda. And there's also some hardcore numbers, actually, to show it has business value to do it. So when you have these conversations and trying to convince CEOs to really put it on their agenda, I mean, what type of argumentation do you use the most? And of course, that will be, varying probably from individual to individual. But do you find often that the kind of the human aspect, if you like, is enough, or do we really need more sort of hardcore data points that show business value?
I don't think we need more data. We've proven the point, academics have proven the point that adversity drives business value over and over again. CEOs know this, and many of them also know it in their hearts. So I think it's the heart, it's the human argument that wins, but it's much more about the how. What are we going to do about it? So, why do it? They get it. They totally get it. But it's about making that effort and finding out how to get started if you're not already on the journey, or how to set the bar even higher. If you have started, but still realize there's many more things that you have to do.
Yeah. Great. This kind of already brings us to the end of our little session here. We have 3 minutes left. I will just sort of let you have, I think, the Slido again, maybe, or not. If you have the Slido, see if you can access it. There we go. Otherwise, use it if you have a final question. As you sort of do this, I would like you just to leave you all with the notion that sort of no matter where we are in a company, whether we are the leadership, whether we are sort of a more junior in the organization, whether we are part of the community or whether we are not part of the community, there are clear actions that we can all take, basically starting tomorrow, right? Obviously, some people, if you are working within HR, there are some real things you can go and do tomorrow to actually look at those policies. But even if you're a colleague, as has been referred to many times, it's about sort of voicing your support. It's about showing up. There are many things we can all do. I'll just find now the final question. Right, so maybe this is a little bit, I think, Juliane, you spoke to policies before, and we have a question sort of on, we're obviously a rather large company, a global company, and I know many of the companies we work with are big global companies, but for sort of small and medium-sized businesses that maybe don't have thousands of employees and therefore budget to do all these kind of things. If they were kind of to tomorrow start looking at their policies and kind of, start somewhere, what would you say this is like the most important thing to get right first?
I think that's a very big question. But I think what you also showed a bit in this slide, right? Like check if you have this anti-discriminatory policy in place, and actually now reflecting on it, no matter if you have a Pride network at work or not, you can already do that. No matter, if you're so small that maybe you don't have any LGBTQ plus colleagues right now, that already signals something that you're in workplace open for anyone. So just having that in place, I think, is that is one, which I guess is a bit easier. I guess not going into the healthcare because that can get a bit more complex.
I don't know. I mean, I would agree with you, right? I think from a policy perspective, you need to set up an anti-discrimination policy and you need to make clear what that means to your employees. And then I think the second thing is you need to enforce it. Because if you don't have any LGBTQ plus people working with you or for you, it could be easy to fall into the trap of, okay, we now have something on a sheet of paper, we can put it in a drawer. But any time that you hear something, that somebody says something or does something that is incongruent with your values as a company, whatever those values are, you have to act on it. Otherwise, the values aren't worth the paper that they're written on.
And maybe just a very practical tip, right? Our friends at the LGBT plus Denmark have some very nice pamphlets and example policies that you can also tap into that Martin and the team also helped them on back in last year. So I think just reaching out and getting some really practical tips is an easy place to start if you're a smaller company who's still immature and early on the journey.
Just remembered one more, not sure if it counts under policies, but for example, just changing your application forms, right? Allowing for not just binary genders, but actually allowing more options that we found was actually quite low-hanging fruit, as we call it. And that once you've done these first steps, what we've been starting to do now actually in our office is looking at all our policies and HR communication, whether that's actually using inclusive language from beginning to end. So I think that one is probably a bit more effortful, but I think once you start taking these steps, thinking about that, more ideas keep rolling in because you suddenly develop this awareness of where everywhere it's still missing.
Maybe just to finish the round, then Niklas, for you, maybe you can sort of, you are an active ally, right? And so maybe help sort of your perspective on what can companies do tomorrow to really get the allyship movement going.
I think educating people, educating your colleagues, the people who aren't part of the LGBTQ plus community can be difficult to say, but yeah, educating, because I think that's the first step to take to like push the allyship movement forward. You know, promote that culture. I think that's the first step to take.
Thank you. Juliane, Nathan, Niklas, Gati, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much to all of you for coming and listening in. I hope you learned something, and from looking at your questions, I have definitely learned something today. So thank you for taking part.
Catch me for it.